Good morning, everyone. We will start with the panel, Data and AI, if everybody is ready. Data and AI for the public interest, funding and governing digital public infrastructures while ensuring access. My name is Sophie Bloemen. I'm director of Commons Network, a think tank and collaboratory for social ecological transition, new economy, and we work quite a bit on digital commons and public infrastructures, and we're based in Amsterdam. So I think for this conference, also yesterday, we have established that Europe needs to take the lead in another politics of technology that prioritizes public infrastructures, autonomy, sovereignty, and economic resilience. The question is, how can Europe take the lead? What are the elements, both technically and operationally, but also strategically, or in terms of industrial policy? So basically, how do we get it going and what do we do? And for now, the EU has focused mostly on regulation, which can only be part of the solution. If we don't control the infrastructure, we are at the mercy of other players and we can only tweak and resist. And as also was also emphasized yesterday, it's about the underlying logic which shapes the technology. And currently, the underlying logic is that of most infrastructures we use in more and more aspects of our economy and our lives are those of neoliberal capitalism, which results in data hoarding, surveillance, and the overall logic of extraction, which is, as we heard in the previous panel, no longer counterbalanced by labor rights and collective bargaining. And also, developing, controlling crucial digital infrastructures is also, if we don't do that, it also poses a security risk. So in this panel, we will look at what are the elements, both technically and operationally, to move forward. And we have different aspects, both on a national, local, and European level of how this could work. And here we will see how it all comes together. First, I would like to introduce Henri Verdier, Ambassador for Digital Affairs, French Minister of the French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs. And he has been, since 2018, leading and coordinating the French digital diplomacy, and was also a former digital entrepreneur. He will give us an impulse speech on the way forward for digital commons and public infrastructures. Please.
Thank you. But you have said everything, so we can jump into the exchange. Now, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very delighted to participate in this important conversation. And I can summarize my point very briefly with quite simple ideas. First, we might remember that digital technologies were supposed to emancipate or even to empower the people. Do you remember those times? And unfortunately, something did turn bad, and they are increasingly used to capture the people through mass surveillance, surveillance capitalism, or the platform economy, as you said. To stop those forms of captures, we need to build a truly democratic form of sovereignty. Here I want to make the point, without sovereignty, there is no democracy, and therefore no individual freedom, even if the opposite is not always true. And because in the digital sector code is law, the sovereignty requires a form of democratic control over infrastructure. That's quite simple. And to establish this control, we can borrow from our long tradition of public services, which is very elaborated and efficient, but we can also rely on new allies. And one of the most important allies is are the communities that develop the digital commons. The defense of and promotion, and I will introduce the commons later. The defense and promotion of the commons is also a very European approach, because Europe can promote a vision of sovereignty seen as autonomy, which is neither isolationism nor hegemony. And this is something we should pay attention to. This vision of sovereignty can be a non-rival vision of sovereignty, which incorporate our values and can form the basis of a rationale for cooperation with emerging countries. And that's why I want to elaborate with you very briefly. And to briefly develop this reasoning, I'd like to start with the first observation. You probably know, as well as I do, that packet routing, which became TCP/IP, GSM, HTML, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, MySQL, Linux, among many others, were all created by Europeans. In this way, we can really say that Europe is the birthplace of the digital revolution. The Valley did just create startups. We did create all the rest, all the foundations. Think about this, because Europeans are sometimes a bit ashamed. We don't recognize that we did launch the movement. And this reality, from my perspective, is rooted in a long tradition which, in my view, has something to do with the Enlightenment. In France, for example, it is not a coincidence that one of the first decisions of the French Revolution was the conception and the introduction of the metric system. They thought that to stimulate innovation and growth in the young republic, we did need good protocols and shared protocols. Nor was it by chance that in 1865, during the Secession War in the US, Emperor Napoleon III convened the Paris Telegraph Conference, where the International Telegraph Convention was signed between 20 European states, and this led to the creation of the first real international organization, the International Telegraph Union, notably to harmonize technical standards, which has since become the International Telecommunication Union, the ITU, which is the oldest UN agency. It was born in Europe in the 19th century. That's not a coincidence. Because at European level, we believe that good and open standards are essential resources for democracy and for economic prosperity. I also would like to share with you another important observation. In the digital world, code is law. I'm quoting the famous Laurence Lessig article. I could quote Karl Marx too, l'infrastructure détermine la superstructure, same idea. That's why we need to adopt a techno-legal approach to add to the very important European regulation framework. We have to conceive and to deploy the tools and resources for the autonomy of each. And I have a problem with my paper. So we have to conceive ourselves the tools and resources. Yes, to contribute to a rebalancing of this space. We need to contribute to how the digital infrastructures we use are coded and designed. My third observation is that we have built our prosperity, our democracies, and our sovereignty on public infrastructures. In our history, roads, bridges, railroads, drinking water networks were very important. And now it's time, and I don't know why, but suddenly, 30 years ago, we did stop to do this, and we didn't pay attention to the digital infrastructures. Digital public infrastructure are mostly logical infrastructure, like electronic ID, payment interfaces, APIs to exchange protocols to exchange data, and they are very often simple exchange protocols. But we didn't pay attention to it. We did let this to the capitalists. Other countries didn't. China, in a very specific way, they didn't. To be frank, they did give this to big companies, but they completely control those companies. India did explore a very interesting way, and we did rely on private sector. And those infrastructures are essential to make it simple and to go to the point. They are essential to unleash the creative power of the civil society and the market, while preventing its capture by the platform operator, and thus while preserving the neutrality of the public space. That's just to make an analogy, we can observe that social networks are today the real public space. They are the place where people learn, express themselves, exchange, do politics, etc. And this space is very twisted through, to serve a very specific business model. There is a global lack of a serious approach of what should be a public space with some important principle, real freedom of speech, but also real organization of this freedom of speech and regulation, let's face the word, and a certain neutrality, etc. We don't have this when we are within Facebook or Twitter or TikTok or whatever you want. So we cannot let the public space become twisted like this for very specific and bizarre business model. But here is just an example, but we can say this for everything. Logistic, healthcare, whatever you want. We did let private companies with a specific business model design and twist the public space. So that's my third observation. And if you want, I come back to my paper and I try to respect the 10 minutes time I have. The last observation, in the digital revolution, something new has happened. States have lost their monopoly on public infrastructures. We discovered that innovators, companies, small group of activists, communities with millions of contributors could also build this kind of resources. And that's what digital commons are. Digital commons are freely usable immaterial goods produced and managed by open communities of contributors. They can be, as I did mention, free software, open standards, open data and content, like Wikipedia that everyone knows, open science, open education, of software building bricks that can be exploited for new solutions or eventually new infrastructure. So let's just remark that not all DPIs are commons, nor are all commons DPI, but DPIs can be conceived and developed as commons, and commons sometimes can be used. DPI is digital public infrastructure. Sorry for the. And that's a very interesting approach of how to design public infrastructure, because when you make an alliance with a community of contributors to commons, you are by design in a form of accountability, neutrality, transparency, and that's maybe the most important point I want to make today. I want to say that for us in this room, the question now is, can we, as Europe, as states, forge new alliances with these communities of digital commons that have seen us lose the monopoly of building public infrastructure, but gain very powerful allies. And maybe I also want to share with you, let's face the fact that if we look closely to the digital economy, the only project that did stop the impressive growth of big tech are projects like Linux, Wikipedia, OpenStreetMap. They're projects with millions of contributors designed with those principles. That's how I did start to pay attention as a public servant to those projects, because they were the only project that did really sometimes stop the growth of those projects. I think that we are out of time. I had 3 more pages. I will wrap up this to say that that's why, as Francesca did ask recently, we are convinced that it's time for Europe to take our responsibilities, to stand for those ecosystems, to build new alliances with them, and to find money to help them. We cannot continue to meet together to say we like them, we love them, they are very kind, they are very beautiful people, and to buy billions euros of licenses from proprietary software, and not to be there as an important power. So we can imagine a lot of approaches. And I can say, I finish with this, we can observe first interesting moves within the Commission and in some member states, like Netherlands, like Germany, like some others, but we are not at the good scale. We have to go further. And that's why during the French presidency, we did adopt a report signed by 19 member states to ask to the Commission to go further. And the main goal is, sorry, because I try to wrap up 3 pages of my paper, so I have to find the synthesis. So the goal is to have to build progressively a European foundation for commons, to be able to finance commons that are essential to our sovereignty. But we did consult a lot of commoners, if I may. In France, we name them commoners. I know that it is not the usual sense of the word. We did meet a lot of them, and they told us we need money, we need hosting services, we need resources, but we need something more, which is a kind of cultural mutual understanding. You never think about us. When you prepare the DSA, we quite kill Wikipedia, because you don't know that they have 8 employees, and you ask them to have one legal representative in each European country. You don't use us. You don't contribute to our resources. You don't really consider that we are strong allies. So maybe this cultural convergence is the most important. And of course, the field of progressists should be the first to make the move. So today we are working with member states, especially Netherlands, Germany, and Estonia, to build this foundation. And we did adopt the procedure of EDIC, which is a new European format. And we are looking for states' money. To be frank, the most difficult is to convince states to give money for projects that were not born in their country. But we will succeed it. And then the Commission will double the sum, and then we'll start something. But we need now political perception of the importance of those topics, and we need allies in the Parliament and in the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Harry. I think, I think
I have to move.
You have to move because we have to invite the other speakers. I would like to invite, first of all, Frédéric Blachetta, Chief Data Officer of Federal Chancellery for Germany. Also, Jan Purksen, Head of the Senate Chancellery and Personal Office in Hamburg. Maria Manuel Leito Marques, a member of European Parliament and former Minister of Administrative Modernization in Portugal. We have a very good, large panel. And Maria Savona, Professor of Applied Economics in Lewis University, and also at the University of Sussex. And Max von Gravenstein, Professor for Digital Self-Determination in the Einstein Center for Digital Future. And lastly, but not leastly, Adriana Gros, co-founder of the Sovereign Tech Fund program under the German government. And just briefly to go back to what Henri Verdier said, I think this point made about looking at the democratic and collaborative praxis of the digital commons is something that could definitely help spearhead this move towards more democratic infrastructures overall in the digital field. And I hope some of you in your opening speech can also respond to what the digital ambassador said. We have a lot of speakers and not so much time, so I would really urge you to keep to the 5 minutes so we can have some interaction with the rest of the room. We're also all experts. Also, I wanted to say that the translators let us know that they unfortunately have to leave at 12:30. We will proceed till 12:45. Okay, and then I would like first to give the word to Frédéric Blachetta about, who's coordinating data labs around Germany at the federal level, and maybe hear from you some about concrete steps that Germany has been doing to achieve data portability, security, and data sharing.
Yeah, thank you so much. So for me, before we are jumping into conclusions, what we have to do and what are the actions that we have to take, I think we have to take a short step back and to look at what is the as-is situations for governments in Europe, like how are we acting at the moment and in which circumstances we are. I think without getting into it too deep, since about 4 years, we are in constant crisis mode as governments and administrations in Europe. I think this is very important to note. And this really tested the structures and processes of administrations and bureaucracies to the very bottom. And yes, we can say we were in many areas successful as to we did the job. I mean, look around you. But there's a big but when we come to digitization. There's a big but, and we have to talk about that a lot. In many member states, also Germany, there is still some route to go for government digitization, to put it in mild words. And it's not like you can just fix that overnight with that one solution that many providers are approaching us many times and are just coming around and just saying like, take this or that, and then everything will be fixed. We have to be very sure that there comes, and then there comes the extra at the moment with this wave of artificial intelligence, which some make us believe will build a new era of everything. So the question is, how can we tackle this situation? What is the approach that we can take? I mean, you mentioned the data labs that we are coordinating and we are building at the moment in Germany. I think this is one solution to have a very concrete action and to not take out the good old water can that we are normally taking in these kind of situations and with unlimited resources that we sometimes imagine to have. I mean, this is something maybe comes later also in the statements, but we started with the data labs on the federal level in Germany, a different approach. We built highly educated workforces in every ministry, and we built those internally out, and we try to tackle by that the exchange of data between the silos and to really build the resilience that you need in those kind of circumstances when crisis or whatever comes back into the situation in the countries. So I think it's very important to be concrete on this, to not have this generalistic idea of a standard kind of optional thing that you can take, but to really tackle a certain situation, a certain use case, and to go with that to the very deep. What we are also doing in the data labs in Germany is we are driving the artificial intelligence efforts of most of the ministries, not everyone. I mean, in some, there's also some other units for that. But we are trying to move that forward with the expert task workforce that we are having and also coordinate that and bring that together. But I don't want to talk too long and lengthy and want to keep very short. I'll try my very best about the specific success factors for these initiatives. We can have conversations around that maybe later in the debate or on personal conversations later on. I would like to also talk about sovereignty. If I would put sovereignty into a Venn diagram, I would have like 3 circles. One is data sovereignty, the second is operations sovereignty, and the third is technological sovereignty. And I think what we are doing as data laboratories on the federal level is data sovereignty for sure. We are trying to be self-determined on the data that we are using, on how we are using that data, how we combine that, how we enrich that, and how we get, at the end, conclusions out of that. But I think we have to be very sure that operations sovereignty and technological sovereignty, from my personal view, are the 2 areas that we have to tackle now very deeply, and we have to be very sure about that. The battle around operational sovereignty, if you call it a battle, is hard at the moment. I mean, the cloud service provider landscape is settled. So there is not big room to go into that area. I mean, the IPSA is coming up, and we are trying to do our very best on that. But I think technological sovereignty is very important. We have to be able to be self-determined about this. And we don't have to do that in these general terms as I'm putting that now. And this would also be my conclusion, but rather in a very concrete approach. I mean, the data labs, for example, thanks to the EU, have been founded by NextGen EU and were initiated by that. But this was more like the watering can drops arrived at a good spot from my point of view on this, you know. With the budget restrictions coming up, with the situation that we are facing at this very moment, we have to decide very urgently and very decisively, and I think this next legislature could be a good start for that. In which areas do we need to take concrete actions? And I'm happy to discuss this also with some of the people here on the podium who are also doing concrete actions in these areas. Thank you so much. I stop here.
Thank you very much. Very clear. We have to be concrete. We have to build concrete use cases. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the word to Jan Purksen, who works in Hamburg and where you're also working on some concrete stuff, if I may say so. So I'd like to ask, what are Hamburg's priorities and practical obstacles that you're facing when digitalizing public services in this manner? Trying and kind of, I know there's an effort to preserve democratic control of digital data infrastructures. So what are your Could you tell us a little bit about that, and also what are these challenges?
Yes, thank you very much. I'll try to sum it up because there are all kinds of different fields. The first is I think we have to be aware of the fact there's a lot we can do. Hamburg is a city and a state at the same time. Luckily, quite a long time ago, 20 years ago, we hooked up with the other northern German states and founded our own service provider, which already gives us big strength and helps us to move ahead and to work on sovereignty and to also make strategic input. So that is one thing. I think we are, especially in a very federalistic country like Germany, we are sort of have all little entities, and we have to work better together. That also includes the federal government and the community level and so forth. So one national activity was the Open Access Act, where we're trying to digitalize in short time 500 different public services, and we did it by sort of sharing. For example, Hamburg was in charge of digitalizing all the company-related services, and now the rest of the Republic is supposed to use it. There are quite a few obstacles, but that I think is an important part. If you talk about sovereignty and people's rights, we have to, especially in Germany, we have to keep in mind when we now go ahead for modernizing our registries, that of course we have the history of dictatorship and the history of where you sort of could find out about every person, where the parents came from, what religion and so forth. So we really have to make sure we need this. I mean, we really need it if we want the once only principle. And it's crazy that now, you know, if you did your driver's license in Lüneburg and you live 75 kilometers away in Hamburg, it's a big problem if you need a new driver's license because they need to talk to the office in Lüneburg, and it's not in one register. So we are trying to bring this ahead, but securing and giving the people the trust that it will be, you know, will be an advantage for them and will not be part of, you know, watching them and using their data. So that's another big question. I think what I mainly would like to point out is that we as public entities had to learn, or in the process of learning, that also we ourselves have a lot of data, and we need a lot of data, and we can use it, and we need structure and for that. And I'm very grateful that we had the opportunity, together with Francesca Bria and Max von Grafenstein and the new institute, which is a private foundation in Hamburg, to work on this and to find out how we can go about. First thing is, we do have a lot of data ourselves in our state-run data, but also in our public companies, like the energy company, the housing company, the street cleaning company, the cars going around, and for example, now they do the surveillance of how the streets are, whether there are holes, whether they need to be repaired, and so forth. And first of all, we can use that. Secondly, especially in the mobility sector, which is very important for big cities, we also have we find out that we, as a state, provide very openly on our urban data hub all our public data, and everybody uses it for nothing and is happy. But on the other hand, we want to use their data too, and so we have tried to find a model in volunteer cooperation, which is not always easy. Even the German, for example, the German railway didn't want to cooperate, even though it's supposedly also publicly run. So we had to try to find out how can we go about it. And it was very, Max can tell more about it, very complicated, because just for not really huge projects, you have to discuss with the data protection people, with business people, with business protection and so forth. And I think we have to have role models, but because it costs us a lot of time and effort, and we need to have some basic general agreements and structures for that. So to sum up, there's a lot of things we can do. We can work with our own data. We can, with state legislation, we can have a few areas where we can sort of oblige to give us data. But the main thing, I think, is that in procurement, in concessions, things like that, we have to make obligations that the ones that get the contract or whatever give us their data. And there, I think Europe and the federal level would be helpful if they sort of say, this is an area where public procurement, we expect public procurement to have data clauses and so forth, so that we don't have the discussions with the companies all the time.
Thank you very much. I think we will hear from Max van Gravenstein about the same project, the New Hanze project, and who you also work on Urban Data Digital Commons. Maybe you can explain a little bit more about that, but also about these concrete obligations that Mr. Perksen started talking about, what it looks like also in procurement.
Yeah, sure. It's a pleasure and a honor. And it was a pleasure and an honor to be involved in this, the New Hanze project in Hamburg, as a lawyer and also as a scholar coming from regulation science. And I looked at this at this project from a perspective of the governance of data-driven innovation. And from this perspective, I ask, how is it possible that entities use the data, share the data in order to really unchain the ominous potential of data-driven innovation, while at the same time protecting against its risks for freedoms, privacy, non-discrimination, but not only on an individual level, also on a societal level, the risk for democracy, solidarity, maintaining a public space, etc. And there is a very simple equation in order to, which must be met so that this is possible, so that really entities share the data and use the data they have. And this equation is people and companies share the data if the expected value is decisively higher than the expected compliance risk and the costs. And here comes the problem, because worldwide, but especially in Europe, we have the problem that the expected value in the moment of sharing the data is very often much lower than the expected compliance risk and the costs. And I would like to give you an example from this New Hanze project. So just imagine a city comes to a mobility service provider and says, hey, could you give me please your data? I need it in order to increase my public traffic management. And this mobility service provider says, well, actually, I have two issues here. First, I would like to be paid for the data because it's my data. And second, I see a business secret problem. And there the city starts arguing and says, well, okay, business secrecy, let's start here. Hey, I'm not your competitor. Yeah? So where's your business secrecy problem? So then the startup says, or the mobility service provider, okay, that's true. But actually, it's the tax authority. I don't want that the tax authority gets the data for certain reasons. Then the traffic authority says, okay, I see, what could I do? Well, I implement some organizational access controls, some technical access controls in order to make sure that none of your competitors and also not the tax authority gets the data. Yeah? Only the people who can really, without risk for you, really use the data and exploit the value. However, the mobility service provider says, well, can you guarantee me that this is really true? And here comes the problem. The whole thing is so complex and so complicated, and even if the city achieves to get there, to implement it technically, organizationally, it's so costful that the costs really outweigh the value. I mean, in this case, we at least have a value. It's a public value, not a monetary value, but we have at least a value. In many, many other cases, we do not even have the value in such a specific way, but nevertheless, the potential. So The solution is that we have to draft these laws, like business secret laws, but not only, also data protection laws and the upcoming AI Act, in a way that it's not too burdensome to implement this in practice. And if you look at the GDPR, we are not yet there. Yeah? It's really too complex, especially if you look at how the data protection authorities apply that and interpret it. And the same thing is, unfortunately, a little bit with the AI Act. It's super burdensome, especially for small and medium-sized companies and non-for-profit companies to apply that. So we have to find a way that SMEs and non-profit companies can do this easier. First step. The second step is that we really have to focus on how to generate the knowledge so that this can be implemented, all these laws, in a very scalable way. Because even if we really make these laws easier to implement, they will remain complex. Yeah? There is no way out of this. And the best solution we see is actually that we really build up these data intermediaries, so they do nothing else than really focus on how can we implement these laws in practice, technically, organizationally, and because they do nothing else than this for everybody, there is a certain scaling effect in it, economics of scale. And if we finance these entities publicly, then it might be even low cost because we need the money for these. Yeah? So if the public doesn't pay the money for these entities, it's the data users and the data holders. And again, we have the cost issue. So here's, now let's come to the second or to the first issue, because the startup or the mobility service provider still says, well, I see that you have built up these technical organizational infrastructure, so I don't see costs anymore for me. I don't see risk anymore, but nevertheless, I would like to be paid. And here comes the big question for our legislative order, because the question is, do we want to have in Europe an economic order, a societal order, where we just focus on the moment of selling data, or is it more on, do we want an economic order where we focus on unchaining the value of data-driven innovation? And this is really a completely different issue. Why? Because if you really focus on the second goal, yeah, unchaining the value of data-driven innovation, then you can say, okay, we need some mechanisms, laws, which break the purely technical power of a data holder and obliging this entity to share the data with others so far as its business secrets and all the data protection law is protected. And why is this good? Because the only thing this data holder can't do anymore is selling the data. Of course, it nevertheless can use its own data for its own innovation, but it's not selling anymore. Now, all the others can also use the data without paying some arbitrary prices, also for their own innovation. So I think the justification is quite clear. Yeah? So there is just little effort for the data holder. The only thing it can't do anymore is selling the data, but there is a huge potential for all the other entities now also using the data. I think the case might be even clearer if we look at the situation that the data holder is actually, in most cases, not the only entity which generates the data. Yeah? Just let's take the case of the mobility service provider. I'm coming to the end. To generate this mobility data, it's not the mobility service provider alone, but also the data users. So they also, yeah, also the cyclists and the drivers, etc. So they have also a legally protected interest in using the data as well. They are co-generators, yeah, and even more, the city too, providing the public infrastructure, the roads, maybe the money, etc. So each time there is again more reason to oblige these data holders to share the data. And that's the point. I think I made it clear.
Yes, thanks very much. I think this idea or concept of data intermediaries keeps coming back, and so I think maybe later we can spend some time fleshing out what these look like. And I think you will maybe also come back to it. But first, now we stay in Germany with Adriana Groh, who heads the Sovereign Tech Fund. So it would be great to hear about this initiative, about this project, and which is funding open source infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and what are the challenges to scale and to make this work?
Thank you. Picking up bits and pieces that have been said before, I think times of crisis showed us that we really need two things, innovation and infrastructure. I think we need to have the capacity to innovate in the times when we need new solutions and new ideas, but we also need the infrastructure to actually get there. So I think this is what it means to be truly digital sovereign. Fred had this 3 pillars of sovereignty. Adding to that, the definition that we use is just the self-determined use of technology. So you can decide what technology you use, in which way you use it, and even how you can change it and adapt it to your needs. So you're not relying simply of what's put in front of you. And that goes for individuals, governments, companies alike. It's not just for one dimension. And adding to that, maybe, though, independence is a myth. You're always dependent, speaking for a tech ecosystem now, to make it more precise, you cannot take out something without killing what you take out, or potentially the whole ecosystem. But you need to be strategic about your dependencies and then invest into them. So I think that's a very crucial point. And if you look at this like two sides of the same coin, so innovation and infrastructure, I think it's also investments and regulation. So to come to the new kind of tailor-made investment vehicles that I think we need to drive the change that we want to see, we need to experiment. We heard about the example from Hamburg. We cannot just draft them on paper and then put them into practice. That will never work. We, of course, need to look at the theories and the knowledge we gathered from research, but then we need to run experiments, prototype, iterate, and then we need to scale up and bring them to the European level. And here, I think, again, we had a very strong focus on innovation for a long time, and that's not a problem, but we need to understand that this is a very limited view on what it takes. So again, speaking very concretely for software development, to develop new software, oftentimes developers spend 2/3 of their time using software components that are already out there and adapting them for new developments. So maintenance is really a focal point that needs to now also see the investments that we need to maintain innovation, but also the security of everything that we use every day already. So coming to the Sovereign Tech Fund, to make this more specific, this is exactly what we did. We ran a feasibility study with the Ministry for Economic Affairs in Germany, and now have this new investment program in place since 1 year, where we're testing our assumptions and adapting them. We already spent 15 million in the first 12 months, which I think is noteworthy because it's a new program for a new audience. For this, again, it's necessary to understand the production logics of the infrastructure that is already out there. This is open source software that has been developed quite some time ago and is still maintained not by companies or by governments, but to a large extent by volunteers and communities. But they provide the foundation everything else is running on. So understanding those production logics, also how communities work, where this is coming from, and having a vision where we need this to drive in the next years is crucial to have the tailor-made investment programs then. And the Sovereign Tech Fund now, and I think this is the same principle that we saw in Hamburg, is trying to provide a blueprint for how this can be done, what it needs to look like, providing open source, actually, how we fund open source, and eliminating a few errors that you will always have if you come up with something new, and then scaling it up to the European level. Because, of course, this cannot be something that just is done by one member state. It's also not geographically limited in any way. It's really a global common for software and innovation and for everything we do every day. And Francesca Bria called for a 10 billion investment into the Digital Sovereignty Fund, and this is exactly what we need. So we test the assumptions, we provide a blueprint, and then the next step needs to be to scale this up. And there has been a DG Connect study, I think like 2 years, 3 years maybe ago, about the cost-benefit ratio of investing in open source infrastructure. It's 1 to 4. So even from a strictly economic perspective, it's a very wise thing to do. But also just about securing the foundations for democracy and civil society to be sovereign in a way of co-creating, cooperating, and having a mission for the future. We need to provide the infrastructures, and that means digital infrastructure very much so, just like physical infrastructure as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adriana. I would like to go now to Maria Savona and get a little bit of an academic reflection maybe on this, and in particular on data governance and data value and digital trade, and maybe some reflection as well, or questions on the data intermediaries.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's really a pleasure to be here, and thanks for the invitation. I'll play the academic here, and let me please, forgive me if I go a little bit back to the basics here. And I've often been asked where data value comes from, right? And I think we need to reflect. I mean, most of the prior intervention highlighted this. Data is a production factor that needs to be scaled up, and much of the value related to data is scaling up information and collective intelligence. And the more technological paradigm goes, advanced, the more this scale effect is really important. Now, the aggregate value of data is really related to the ownership of the infrastructure. So in the previous initial years of this technological paradigm, a lot of this has been concentrated in equity value, so in large platforms that are privately owned. So, and a lot of the regulatory framework has been related to antitrust as a consequence. So ideally now, the more we go to big data and the more we reflect in a more articulated way of governing these data, when value becomes public and we need to use data at a scaled dimension for public purposes, then probably an antitrust is a little bit too narrow. We need to enlarge our view on how to govern data to make sure that this public value vis-a-vis the equity value of private platforms is equally distributed. So this is the main initial reflection. So the ownership of the infrastructure that make possible scaling up data matters. Now, so we talk about data sovereignty, and I think the issue here is to probably strike a balance between what we need to do in terms of that. So I agree that probably a reflection on the ownership, public ownership of these infrastructure that allow to capture value when this is social value needs to be at the center of the debate. But I would like also to introduce issues related to this concept of sovereignty and security vis-a-vis the need of regulating digital trade. I mean, we cannot really forget, we cannot really overlook the idea that a lot of how can I say, the structure of digitalization now implies a lot of cross-border data flows and so on. So this issue needs to be incorporated in this. So probably my vision of this concerted digital industrial policy makes together the idea of owning infrastructure publicly, but also allowing for a regulated digital trade. And I think this is important to discuss in this context. So, for example, I'd like to mention something that I consider for this context particularly an optimistic sign, and it is, for example, the recent US turn on digital trade. I mean, they just have withdrawn from their initial position on digital trade from the WTO, which I interpret as a lot of moving towards a European way of regulating this whole space for, public value of data, but also allowing for a fair and just digital trade. The US has been doing, for example, the National Security Commission for AI. So what I can see is that the role of Europe is becoming more of a benchmark for this. Maybe I'm overstretching a little bit, but the US is moving that direction and will continue to do so, hopefully, in the idea to regulating globally data and digital trade in this context. So this is what to wrap up, this is what I'm really interested in making this synergic within a very articulated view of digital industrial policy plus digital trade. And going back to the scale, which is possibly the keywords that makes it the common thread of this panel, this concept of data sharing that Max was mentioning. I was involved in this Hamburg group, and it was very enriching in terms of reflections. And again, with an optimistic perspective, I think this data sharing is key in this, in aligning public value and so on. The way I see it, though, is a sort of, in Hamburg, we did it, it's mandatory, it should be mandatory, right? And there's no alternative so far to make it mandatory. So this is something that has been working. But the way I see it is a sort of intermediate step towards making it really sustainable in the long term, which means data sharing as a sort of, that people actually, people and companies understand the value of sharing precisely because scale is important, and therefore is for private and public purposes, it is important to share voluntarily. Now, on the role of intermediaries in this, so again, I hope this is going to be an intermediate step, and I hope that this data sharing becomes more universal so that we don't really need to, so that people and companies understand that the cost of compliance actually are not higher, but equal to the benefit of sharing. And this is something that probably would allow us not to have intermediaries or to fragment the markets too much, to have this role of intermediaries, whereas we can have a common attitude to sharing in general. So again, this is something that I wanted to highlight these two positive steps, I think, for this context, and I'll stop here.
Thanks very much. So I heard for the first time the word ownership in your talk, and also the idea of that we can't regulate everything and we shouldn't make anything mandatory, but it's also really about the social cultural change that we have to see. Yes, very, very interesting. Well, as the finale of this opening, I would like to give the word to Maria Manuel Leito-Marquez. Have heard from you where you think this debate is going at the European level, and if there's any space to talk about this or to push this with the European Commission.
Thank you very much. I'm going to talk a little bit about the European level and also with good examples, not only from Germany, but also from Portugal. First, at the European level, of course, we have invested a lot in regulation during this term, on the regulation of digital markets, consumer protection with SA, and also data governance and data act for the use of data, and more recently on data spaces. But not, we have missing the discussion on public digital infrastructure, I agree. And this is a very important one because, as Riverdier said before, there is no sovereignty nowadays without digital sovereignty. It's very important. It's a component of our sovereignty in a more general approach. And also we need a public digital infrastructure to ensure that the benefits of digitalization, either in public or private sector, are fairly distributed among our citizens. It's why we need to do more, but there are some good examples at the European level. We are starting to give you one, is the access of AI startups to our European supercomputers, is a very interesting one, but also I think on our data spaces I referred before, we are starting with that can benefit for European data infrastructure. We are starting with health European data space, but there are others in the pipeline. And also now we start to think of strategic investments in core digital infrastructure, such as chips, to ensure we are more in control of the bottlenecks of supply chains and avoiding being vulnerable to political pressuring. But we need to do more. I totally agree with all of you, and we need to go faster. Special to go faster. It's why I also would like to highlight the importance of monitoring projects at national level, such as data labs, we referred before in German, that could be upgraded, that could be scaled up to the European level. Namely, the projects that are trying to take advantage of public data to improve our public service and the quality of life, not only for citizens, but also a good environment for business, and in order to reinforce European competitiveness. And I would like to share with you two good examples from my experience in Portugal, which could be escalated at the EU level. Not only how to renew my drive license in my phone, in my mobile phone, because it's possible to do it in 15 minutes. So it's a very good example to escalate. I'm referring because you talked about, but two other ones. And the first is our data public infrastructure. It's a platform that has been developed by our National Statistic Office to integrate public data coming from different public sources at different administration levels, local, regional, and national level, of course, duly anonymized. For example, data related to individuals and families, such as unemployment data, taxes data, social security, education, civil registry, and other sources. Data related to companies is another set, such as innovation, balance sheets, international trade, and data related to tourism. We have three groups of data. There are partnerships with universities and research centers to analyze and take advantage of this information. There are some surveys of the office that were replaced with less administrative burdens for the respondents and more efficient for the statistic office. And also new statistics, new information have been published based on this data integration. It's a very interesting project that can be replicated and used by other member states and even at European level. And the second example I would like to refer is another project that is the use of AI to improve public services. That is a partnership launched in 2017 between AI scientists, Portuguese AI scientists and research centers, and some public institutions to prototype, that is to experiment, the use of AI technology based in public data from the institutions that are in that belongs to this partnership for improving public service in different areas. And I give you examples. There are more than 70 projects being developed. Health, using data science for optimizing emergency medical services, education, understanding the determinants of academic performance in secondary schools in order to prevent school failure. Prevention of gambling addiction is another one. Analytical platform to better management of water supply networks, market surveillance to develop a risk-based approach to better manage the resources of our authorities, and many others in different areas such as cybersecurity, fake news, fire prevention, and so on. And I think it's very important. Maybe not all of them are going to succeed, but there are some that are in a very important phase and that are going to be escalated at national level. If we test at European level what different member states have been doing, either concerning data as this kind of infrastructure or artificial intelligence, I think we can progress faster in this kind of use of AI for good, taking advantage of the data we have to improve our public service and impacting positively our quality of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, there's quite some important things happening in Portugal as well. Not only in Germany, there's also things happening in the Netherlands, where I'm from, both on the local level in the municipalities as nationally. And I think this panel has shown already that there is some of these elements, substantive elements and strategic elements for how to move this forward, both on a local, translocal, national and European level. Now I would like to give, we don't have that much time left. I would like to include the people in the room and see if you have any questions for our panelists on any of these topics. Or comments or suggestions are also very welcome. Yes, please.
Thanks. Just a very practical question. You have talked a lot about Hamburg. I was wondering, because one of the things that we're seeing as well is how the global governance landscape is changing. It's not only state, but you have cities, civil society, private sector, so on. I was wondering whether, from the Hamburg perspective, you're sharing all that you're doing in other platforms like the C40 or other stuff. Come from Barcelona. Barcelona is very advanced as well in digitalization with the former mayor, Ada Colau. So I'm very interested in these exchanges because I come from Oxfam as well, and we're working on these kind of exchanges with the South, but as well focusing on Europe. So I would like to hear if this is happening. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. That's so. This exchange of best practices. How is it? Is Hamburg engaging with that?
Well, both the city of Barcelona and the city of Bologna were part of our project, so we have exchanged quite a bit. But we also saw that, especially due to the effort we have to make and the input we have to make, as Max von Grafenstein said, we really need to exchange use cases and sort of have patterns on areas where we really have similar interests, like especially in the sector of mobility, all the parking questions, all the scooter questions and so forth are really things where we can work jointly together. And that, I think, is something we are trying to introduce that in our, community councils and so forth. We are funded by the federal government. We have a connected urban twin project together with Munich and Leipzig. So, and I think we can work on, especially on these things together, and that could be something the European Union could also support and foster.
Yes, it's on. I have a question. It's maybe also for Maria Manuel to answer, because we heard that, for example, I think also the data labs in the German government, they're funded by Next Generation EU. And my question is about the European funding, the European dimension of this, because we have the call and the question for a big fund to do this investment, but there are funds already in place. The Horizon program, we have quite a big R&D investment from the European Union. what do we want to change there? Is there something we want to keep? But also I think it's about the method as well. Like we cannot only ask for the amounts, but I think we need to maybe gather all the examples, also the good examples, but also what evaluate what didn't go as well, and change the direction of the funds that are there. This is more long term, but I think for us as Social Democrats here, this group, we need to have a concrete ask there, because otherwise it's going to fall between the cracks, you know, like just a call is not enough, but we need to be a bit more specific. So I don't know, either you or maybe also Frédéric Blachette, because you have the example, the concrete example of the data labs that were funded. But it's interesting. It's a question that I have with our work within FEPS on how to make the call concrete.
There's another question we can take.
Yeah, thank you very much. And maybe I can also connect to what it was said. Can you hear me? Yes. Because I think it's pretty important. I think, I take away two main things from this panel. The first one, I think, from the French digital ambassador, it was very clear and connects to your question that there is no real alliance between state funding and building the European alternative. Technological alternative, infrastructure alternative, which implies also an alliance with the digital commons community. So the reason why I think, for example, a new big fund, which also connect, of course, to the Sovereign Tech Fund and other national initiatives, but make it more coherent, less fragmented, European, directed in building public digital infrastructures and digital commons, is needed, because if you go to look at how we're spending Next Generation EU money, or how we're spending mostly of the Horizon money, it's actually going to the incumbents. I think we should do a study on that. I think I already said this to FEPS, that it will be really good to monitor how this is happening, but definitely we identify a gap. I think another very important thing, it was said, from Max, which of course comes from this joint project we have done in Hamburg with Barcelona also and other cities. I mean, he actually, I don't know if we all realize, but he's proposing a revolutionary model. We should see it as a revolution, what he's proposing, because instead exactly of, you know, starting from monopoly power and regulated by antitrust and make all the laws in order to regulate big tech that we don't control, what he's actually saying is we should mandate in our regulation that we allow for mandatory data sharing for the public interest as a default model, and then we allow for protection of trade secrets and privacy. This would change completely the market. It will actually create a completely new European way of doing things. And I think that's, I mean, of course, the big challenge is how do we scale this? And then, sorry to finalize, I mean, Mr. Perkson from Hamburg says something very important. We do have power. We can do things. For example, you know, it seems actually a small thing to put procurement clauses, but this is a big power. If we mandate, you know, that this data sharing and data sovereignty is done in procurement clauses, in tenders, in the way we spend public money, we have a huge power. So again, to the point, the question is really for the next term, not only to ask for funding, I mean, that's not the point, but to ask for this kind of agenda to be very central. And then, of course, if you believe in it, put the money there. Because, of course, otherwise, this community will be like marginalized. You know, yeah, let's get the commoners to do their own thing. I think this has to be the European agenda.
Let's vote for that.
Well, I think I don't want to risk to contradict Francesca. That, but I think what's important, and Max, perhaps you could elaborate a little bit on that. I think that we have to, and we should be able to find a solution that we don't destroy the economic models of companies that also, of course, work with data, because I think we also found out we need, most of the time and almost always, we need anonymized data. For example, if we have a heat map where the scooters are being parked in the city, that's good for us to know, That's good for the scooter company to know. But we don't need the individual scooter user data, which they make their money with. So I think we have to find a solution if we want to be successful. We have to find a solution that works also with most of the economic models, and it's not a threat to that. It regulates it. And I think that we have to stress a little more if we want to have success.
So keeping the current economic models instead of only supporting new ones?
Well, at least if we go ahead and they understand you will kill our economic model, then we will never succeed, I'm afraid. I think that this is not necessary. I don't know whether I'm right in this perception, but at least in general, I think it could work.
Very quickly. Thanks, Mr. Perksen, that you asked this question, because it's really so important to clarify this, because there is no risk for companies of destroying their complete business models, because we have business secret protection. It's not about getting rid of business secret protection. In the moment certain information is really relevant for the business model, this information can be kept secret. But there is so much other information, maybe on an aggregated level, and etc. And this can, of course, be shared. And the only thing what I'm stressing is that so far, all the information is kept secret because only a tiny piece is really relevant for the company. Only because we don't have the knowledge how to separate this. And this is why I say it's so important to share the use cases in a use case repository collected by intermediaries, whatever, where we can show, look, companies can keep their business model, but in the same time, they can share this kind of information. And this is how we do it technically, organizationally. Yeah.
Briefly.
No, you have to leave?
I think that if we do well, this is not against the business model. This is a good approach for the companies, because we can teach them that they can have the spirit of co-opetition. So they decide where they do compete, but they can save money while building better infrastructure, while sharing data, or not just data, infrastructure, back office, etc. We did it in France. I don't have time, but sometimes in some business cluster we did convince companies to cooperate in a certain part of the framework, and they were much better. If you do observe, and I finish with this, the last 20 unicorns we had in France, 3 out of 4 of them are completely built on open source software. So that was a resource to build a unicorn, to have access to open source software. We have to think in these terms. This is a good news for companies to have better infrastructure. And to Max, that's also one point to convince them to share data, because they will, but the competitors will too. And everyone will have a better data.
Okay, clear point. Thank you. I think, Maria, you...
Just very briefly, in response to Francesca's wrapping up, I think it's important. I mean, 2 really points. And the reason why I mentioned the US move is precisely this, is to be bold in owning the European model and to export it. That's the point. I mean, the point is really to rebalance the whole policy perspective in the US, which has been, we all know that, traditionally dominated by private large companies. And the idea here is to build up an alternative models and sort of exporting it. And we need to make sure that the advantages of adopting it also abroad is actually what is important to do. And I'll stop here, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the questions and for the remarks. I agree completely with Francesca. It's very important, not only the funds, but also the funds is important. Sometimes the design of the funds. And I give you an example. For this project, AI for Public Services, it was very difficult at that time. I was in the government at that time, 2017. The collaboration between public institutions and research centers, because there are different ways to finance the project, and they cannot collaborate. It's not possible to organize a consortium between public authorities and research centers to a common project. because of the structure of the European funds. So sometimes these technical details are also important to put forward some this kind of initiative. So we needed to involve the public authorities from the beginning, not only the research centers, in order the project is designed to solve their problems. And in order to see, no, I'm going to share my data, but at the end of the day, I'm going to improve my services or the way we function with this data. So this is a detail from my experience. So we need also to use technology to simplify the access to the funds. And we are also developing a project that was presented here in the Parliament in STOA committee using AI to simplify the use of European funds. That is very important, especially for public entities and small and medium business. So there are a lot of things we can do better in Europe, and I totally agree that is a win-win project. Win-win for public entities that using their data, and win-win for private ones.
Yes, thank you. I would love to give, especially on the question of Gerard, some personal thoughts based on my experiences and insights that I have into both governments, but also into tech firms and how they are acting at the moment. So first of all, I think the question that Henri raised up was really good. Like the question will be, I mean, are we in charge or not? And is there, the question also would be, if you put on a mandatory clause like Francesca proposed, is there alternatives then afterwards? Because that's always a hesitance that exists in governments at the moment to regulate in that direction. Like, what happens if that and this mobility provider will then get out and step out of their business model? And I think we have to be more confident in our insights and what we can do and what we can achieve, and into that then we can build those alternatives probably. So what I would propose to make it concrete, good that you catch that up from as my last sentence, and I would love to elaborate on that later maybe on. I would love to give for the next term maybe 2 to 3 concrete areas which we think we can focus upon, and in these 2 to 3 areas, we have to be like swift and really with a high dynamic. We have to follow through. I want to give you an example, which I think was not the best practice from my personal view. And it's a project, funny enough, from the panel, seeing it here, that was also initiated from Germany. It was called Gaia X, or it is called Gaia X, sorry for that. Gaia X was originally, from what the ministers in Germany and France put it into it, the Airbus of cloud. That was the original sentence, how it was proposed. And by now, and I don't want to underscore, I want to underscore that, it is a very important project of how it is run now. It has a very important matter, but it was not followed through on the thought of building a European CSP or building a real European alternative in that direction. And maybe to give this also now to the concrete areas and to give you 2 examples, maybe I would say, why don't we think about, for example, a reference cloud stack which could be open source based. There's hundreds of those kind of areas which you can elaborate upon, but to have really, like the real problem when you go into a cloud providers these days is that you are entangled with them afterwards, because when you're building your software engineering on it and you're taking their microservices, there's no more self-determination afterwards. You are just stuck into it. So I think this could be a good option. The other option, I mean, running on the wave that is going on at the moment would be artificial intelligence from my point of view. Also, this has to be driven mainly by open source models, which then the EU also, as mentioned in the cloud stack, could go for and push hard to really make this build on European values and on our like mindset and how we want these algorithms to work in the very end. I think this will be 2 important areas, and they could be even more important than regulating those models from my point of view.
Thanks very much. I think with this, we will close just in time. I think the task and the attitude is clear. Member states and public authorities have to take the reins, different levels, but not just take the reins, also make sure that we use the right values and principles when we start building and follow them through when we start building these public digital infrastructures. Thank you very much, distinguished panel, and also participants for the interesting discussion. Yeah.
So right now, some housekeeping. Right now there's a lunch break until 2 o'clock, and then we will start in this room again. If you have a visitor's badge, it's hard to go outside. So there is place in the parliament where you can get food as well. Okay. Thank you all for being back after the break. We're going to restart the conference with a panel on creativity, ownership, and public value in the age of AI. I will give the floor to our moderator of this panel, Paul Keller of Open Future. Paul, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Gerard, and welcome back, everybody. One announcement at the beginning on the agenda that you have gotten. You will see four panelists. One of them, Iban Garcia from the Member of Parliament, has informed us that he's not able to join us because his involvement in the time-consuming AI trilogue, which, as some of you may know, has by now, after 22 hours, they have decided to take a break. They have not reached a consensus yet, and they will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock and try to wrap up a number of the points, unresolved points on the agenda, but there seems to be willingness among the negotiators to reach a deal during this trilogue, so ahead of the next parliamentary plenary session. So this changes the setting for this discussion a tiny little bit, because we had assumed when we designed this session that we would hopefully know sort of like what kind of playing field the AI Act provides us with. The AI Act, as many of you will know, is not necessarily an act that was in its initial version and for a long time hasn't really dealt with questions of creativity, ownership, or public value. It's mainly been designed as a regulation to regulate high-risk users of this particular technology. But the discussion over the past 2.5 years has morphed into a discussion that has also started touching on these issues. And there's some relatively small, from the perspective of the overall AI Act, provisions in the AI Act that deal with questions related to creative expression, creativity, copyright. We understand from what is going on in the trilogue that these are relatively uncontroversial at the moment, so that if the negotiating teams will reach some agreement sometime tomorrow, that we would see a transparency provision for copyrighted content used to train these models included in the AI Act, and also a reference to the copyright directive that was passed in 2019 with an obligation to comply with its provisions in there. But as the game goes, like, there's nothing agreed till everything is agreed. So for now, this is not necessarily something that we can assume to actually happen. So we're speaking a little bit more in hypotheticals here maybe than we would have liked when we designed this session, but nevertheless, I think we'll have a very interesting session. The three other panelists will join us after Paul's impulse speech here at the beginning. And so let's hand over to Paul Nemetz, who's the principal advisor of the European Commission, and who we've asked to share with us like a little bit of a scene-setting speech on the relationship between AI and creativity and public values. So the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Very happy to be here, of course, here as a good social democrat and not speaking for the European Commission today, but in my capacity as a normal citizen who is politically interested. Our theme, creativity, ownership, public value in the age of AI, of course, must start with a profanity, which is that, of course, creating programs like AI is a huge act of creativity and a huge act also of public value. It's fantastic to see technology moving on. It has always been the dream of the left of progress, has always been linked also to progress of technology. So we cannot be against that. I would say, to the contrary, we must win those to engage with us who develop these technologies, who know about them, who do programming, maintenance, and so on. There was a time when social democracy was very much together with the technical intelligentsia, and I think it's one task of social democracy to re-engage the technical intelligentsia also with democracy. Democracy must be able to understand and learn about these technologies. Politicians, also people like me, I'm a lawyer, governments must learn about the potential of these technologies. But we have seen a decline of technologists and engineers in parliaments, whether in America or in Europe. And in this age, in which technology becomes so important, in which the platforms do not only distribute all the knowledge and culture created, but will become culture creators through AI, a fortiori, it becomes important that those who know how this all works and who develop it further are re-engaging with democracy. So I think we have to invite them to be with us. That's my first remark. Because if we want to create public value in the age of AI in the sense of programs which serve public interest purposes, of course, we need the people who are able to do this. And we must convince them that it's worth their effort to work with democracy, to support fundamental rights, and to work for a good society rather than just working for profit and capitalism. My second remark is that until now, if we abstract from symbolic AI, the new forms of AI based on data and neural networks are working only with yesterday's data. Why do I say this? Because we have learned that from the existence of what is, we cannot conclude to what should be. It's a purely empirical technology. But in politics, those who want to do reforms, the Social Democrats, we always aim for what is not yet. We imagine the better future. We have ideas towards which we work. This technology, however, has a structural conservatism inherent because it only extrapolates from what is to something else. But it has nothing to do with human imagination. It has also nothing to do with the discontent which drives people to engage politically for reform and for the better. And this is very important for us to keep in mind when we are discussing more practical questions of implementing AI in government. Why? The definition of democracy is that the way must be open for change. And one of the key questions we have to ask in the future and already today, when we do huge investments in AI in public services, well, which system of delivering public services is more amenable for democracy in the sense that the way must be open for change? What does it mean if in frontline services, which look easy, like social money distribution, unemployment money, and so on, we replace humans with a machine? What does it mean if then the government changes? How quickly will these machines, these systems of AI who provide government services, be retrained and readopted to the new political line, which may be our line? How much are we able to master this technology for reform? So it's a very simple question. Where is the inertia and resistance to change and the cost of change bigger? If you have people who do something, or if you have programs where you have a lot of sunk investment and you have to spend a lot of money if you want to change something? So I think this is what we have to keep in mind when we are saying, oh, you know, government services, they should now invest in AI and let's all do it AI this, AI that. Well, are the systems amenable to reform, to change? If government changes, if we take over power, will we be able to reprogram all this? That's my second remark. The third remark is about the people who provide the plurality and creativity today for vibrant societies. It is about the journalists, the artists, the musicians, the filmmakers, the painters, and so on. All these people are worried about what's going to happen to them with AI. And we have already seen in some of the sectors of the creative industries more than others the devastating impact of platform economy. And as I said before, previously only as a tool for distribution, now as a tool for creation of content. And Iban, who is not coming to the debate today, has of course written his own initiative reports on the streaming of music and the impact of income for artists in the music industry. And it's a very sad finding. I've been myself actually a musician, rather successful even in the dance charts in the East Coast of the United States at my young age. And at that time, 80% of the revenues of the big labels were made by new young artists. It was our sport to negotiate for a non-repayable advance on the money which later would be made on our music. 80% on young artists, 20% on the back catalogs of old artists. Today, it's the other way around. The big labels today make 70 to 80% of their revenues from the back catalogs. That has become a huge commodity in capitalism. Dealing in back catalogs is more important for record bosses today than finding young artists from which they only make 20% of the revenues. So that's why I'm not surprised that in the music industry there are many who are worried what's going to happen now with AI after they have already been drained of revenue from the platform and streaming economy. And I would say, I could give you the same speech now about journalists. 10,000 of journalists in the United States and in Europe have lost their jobs. What I now see is, and the system, of course, is different. Why have they lost their job? Is it different, a little bit different in detail, but when it comes to, the greater scale of things, it's the same type of issue. Namely that the distribution channels have become monopolized and captured, and a large percentage of the new online advertisement only goes to two companies, the revenue, namely Google and Facebook, and the money to have a vibrant, pluralistic, free press, privately financed, it's just not there anymore. There is no business model which really works, and we have seen a dying of local press in all democracies of this world. So I'm therefore not worried. I'm therefore not surprised that the creative classes, so to say, the people who produce text, whether as an author of fiction, whether as a journalist, the musicians, the painters, the producers, the filmmakers, and so on, all of them are worried. And I think we have to be the ones to provide them a platform first to get organized across sectors. This is the new thing in the debate today, that at least in the country which I know best, which is Germany, 44 associations of all the different types of creativity have come together to create an initiative which together debates these issues and works on issues like, for example, a new model for distributing streaming income for the music industry, and, for example, the relationship between the new technologies, their workplaces, and copyright. And so I think it would be good if we work with them not only for reasons of copyright. I think their demands are very justified. But to take the example of the AI regulation, where hopefully now we will get a transparency rule which changes nothing in copyright. It only says the producers of an AI should make transparent what materials they have used to produce their algorithm. Now, this is of interest to the copyright holders because they hope that already under existing law, maybe they could ask for payment. That remains to be seen. That will be subject of court decisions. But there is another aspect of this transparency, and that's why, I see the creative classes as the canary in the coal mine of democracy. We have to take them serious. We have to listen to their concerns. They will be starting to beep earlier than many others because they see the challenges. And of course, the challenge of understanding the algorithms will become a key challenge for democracy. The democratic control of technology is the challenge of the 21st century. And the understanding of the algorithm starts with understanding, what was the training material? And that is a very much more important reason, I would say, why we need transparency on the training material. So the copyright ask is an ask to which we can have sympathy, but there is a very important other ask, which is that in order that democracy and the public can deliberate and make a judgment, and everybody can make a judgment about this, namely what do we think of this or that algorithm in AI, which soon everybody will be using and which has huge impacts and is omnipresent. Well, the understanding starts at the moment of training, namely what materials have been used. And so here, then I close. Commercial secret, ownership of knowledge, all of this, of course, is something which is a legal notion which incites to investment, and we must respect this. We want people to invest in new technology, to be creative, but all ownership, all business activity relies on the stability and framework which democratic societies create through law, through training, through taxation, which makes people able to work. And therefore, ownership of rights, ownership of business, ownership of programs always is also a social obligation. In fact, in many member states, that is part of the constitutional settlement. Ownership, capitalistic investment, is never something which stands alone. But in many of our constitutions, we have sentences which say ownership obliges. And that means that it is very legitimate that the legislator puts obligations on those who have ownership or create ownership. Yes, we want investment, but I think we as social democrats and in a democratic society, we also want to maintain this principle and remind it that even the most successful business model and the most deserved ownership, because there's creativity behind it, there's investment behind it, still this also relies on many resources which society has provided, and therefore it obliges. It obliges to respect that the legislator has a right to put rules and regulation. And I close here. In the debate on technology, we have to relearn to respect the law as the most noble speaking act of democracy. We will not exit the crisis of democracy which we see around the world while continuing a discourse that law is an obstacle to innovation, it's a cost factor, and therefore better not to have it. I was myself the lead director on GDPR, and at the time we already heard the same song as we have heard it now on AI, namely you will lose 4% of GDP in Europe if you adopt GDPR. Well, that was bullshit, and my prediction is also that on AI Act it will be absolutely the same. My God, have we been told what an obstacle to innovation this will be. My prediction is, like on GDPR, it will not be an obstacle to innovation. On the contrary, it will guide people to innovate in a way which is socially, democratically, and environmentally sustainable. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I would like now to ask my three panelists on stage, Hanneke, Renate, and Matt, if you come join us up here. And so what we thought we would do now in the panel is try to be a little bit different from the previous panels where we had these 5-minute introductory statements who sometimes ran a little bit over 5 minutes. And I'm going to do a first round with all three panelists and ask them to describe a little bit their position in this space. Like, what's the perspective that you approach this from? What's the organization you're standing from? What's your work in this area? And then we'll go into some of the more sort of policy questions that Paul has so beautifully painted in his speech after we have an understanding of what my panelists do. And I do want to start with Hanneke to my right. Please tell us what you do and the organization that you work for.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for having me here. It's a great honor. I work at Pictorite. I'm general counsel there. And Pictorite is an organization that represents visual artists. So fine artists, illustrators, designers, photographers, architects, and everything in between. We are a collective management organization. I will try to explain a bit what that is. It's an organization that exploits copyright on a collective basis. So if you look at copyright, from my point of view, it is a system to get fair compensation for creative work. And I think having licensing fees is the way to obtain that. So if you are a visual creator on your own, you do not have a lot of negotiating power. And if you do that on a collective basis, you have much more power. I wouldn't say the greatest power, but you have something more. So that's basically, in a nutshell, what a collective management organization on copyright does. We work in an international network. So the Dutch visual creators, they are a member of Pictorite, and in all other countries, you have also other Pictorites and collective management organizations, and the visual artists in that country are a member of that. And then we exchange each other's repertoire so we can conclude licensing deals in our territory, so in my case, in the Netherlands, for the whole worldwide repertoire of visual artists. So that's a way to get fair and strong licensing deals. We are run by unions and other professional organizations for visual artists. So in a nutshell, that's it. So what is the stance of visual artists on generative AI? It's probably an understatement to say that it has overwhelmed visual artists in a great way. The massive scale of use of professional artists on the input side of AI, in combination with the potential of AI to replace them, so in a way have to compete with your own work, I think that's unprecedented, and at least that's how they feel. And of course, I really have to stress that some artists, of course, also see the potential of the developments. I think the main impression is that artists, whether they are curious or worried, see that it will affect them or is already affecting them largely, especially in a financial way. What you see is a loss of assignments, more short assignments. That's something I hear a lot. So for instance, if you are a creator of graphic novels, now maybe you're only asked to create just a character for the graphic novel and AI will do the rest. And that will, of course, influence your income position. And I think it's also important to stress, I'm here today, of course, I'm a copyright professional, so I look at the problem from a copyright point of view. But there's, of course, much more to it. It has a bigger social political impact. So a survey performed by the Dutch image sector shows that visual artists at the moment represent 30% of the total cultural sector, but that their earning capacity, and this survey was from before the rise of generative AI, that it's only 18% of that same sector. So their earning capacity is already quite low. So maybe I'm not doing my job well, but that's another question. No, the real reason for it is that I think a big reason is that visual artists normally are small independents, and they cannot benefit from a strong corporate industry, unlike, for instance, the music industry. So creators in the music industry have some sort of difficult position. Of course, they fight a lot with the industry, but to some extent, they also benefit from it, at least when it comes to copyright income. So, well, to sum up, I think they already have a difficult position, had a difficult income position in the old digital landscape. So, yeah, they are very worried. I think I can say that, how this will end up now in the AI, the new world of generative AI.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this. And we're going to come, like, I know you have ideas how you can fight and how you can improve this situation, but we keep that for the second round. I want to go on with to your right, Matt Dryhurst, who is an artist, I think mainly a musician, although, like, I think much more multidisciplinary, and also a technological researcher, it says on the conference program. So he builds tech in this space around AI and around copyright. And tell us what you do and how you look at these challenges.
Can you hear me? You can hear me, great. Yeah, thanks, Paul. Yeah, so as Paul mentioned, my partner Holly and I have been working with ML in the art space for the best part of 10 years. Saw a lot of this coming. Been looking explicitly at the role of training data, which I think is rather important to factor here. Our argument, in a sense, is that all media now, kind of post-AI, is to be considered training data, and we should take that very seriously. We began in the middle 2010s by releasing a record where we put together our own data sets, explicitly trained on people who we paid and got their consent. And later in the 2010s, we put together a protocol that we called Holly Plus. The idea there is we created a model of Holly's voice and a protocol for its use. So anybody was free to use Holly's voice in the production or spawning, as we would call it, of derivative works. However, there was a protocol that people could go through. There's a protocol that people could go through in order to seek approval from the source and go through profit splits. So let's say anyone's free to use Holly's voice in music that they make. However, if they want to release that commercially, Holly will receive a 50% split of profits made. That protocol and basic design has since been replicated in the industry. I kind of think that's where YouTube's going to take it. So just to qualify the fact that from a position as an artist, you can actually have a pretty big, significant impact on these things just by experimenting. Just over a year ago, in the context of kind of bigger, let's say, public models, these kind of larger models that aren't so easily attributable to one individual, we started an organization called Spawning. It's an organization between here, Berlin, and the United States, where the plan was basically to try and put together a consent and compensation layer for training data. To speak to Paul's point earlier, one of the obvious missing steps when people discuss AI is, the outputs are discussed as some kind of product of magic. And we felt like it would be very important to make available and transparent the training data that we infer, at least from those companies who are open about such things, are going into these commercial models. We made a website just over a year ago called haveibeentrained.com, which is the most readily available resource to be able to tell what of you and what of you appears or what of your work appears in these models. It's the main website cited in all the lawsuits right now. In fact, as I understand it, the most recent lawsuit was kind of given a boon by search results found on our site. The next logical step from that was to say, well, we have a lot of demand for people to see whether they're in these models. Why don't we then build a system for people to be able to say in a very light, initially black and white way, I do not want to be present in future model training. That opt-out that we built was very successful. We're now currently up to 2 billion individual pieces of media that have been registered as opted out. The idea with the organization there is that understanding that developers are busy and knowing a lot of developers in the industry, having played around with this stuff for so long, we wrap this all together in an API package that's pretty easy to integrate. And as things stand, Stability AI and Hugging Face, which are two of the bigger players, certainly not the biggest players in this space, have agreed to honor opt-outs collected through haveibeentrained.com. And so I think that work is it's going quite well. It's a precedent, but not a dent, as the New Yorker recently wrote. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not going to harp on too much more, but I think that particularly within the context of Europe, moving away from conversations about obstruction, I actually agree with Paul's point that there's a great opportunity to set precedent and kind of invent the way that IP looks in this machine learning future. And we can learn a great deal from copyright and also learn a great deal from its flaws and its weaknesses, particularly in this context. But our position, at least, is that there's a whole bunch of imagination to be had about novel IP challenges presented by these tools.
Okay, thank you. And that brings us to my left to Renata Avila. Renata leads the Open Knowledge Foundation. And give us a little bit of an impression what your work entails and how you look at this space, please.
Yes, so the Open Knowledge Foundation is 2 decades old, almost, and it started, I mean, a long time ago. We were dealing with the same problems, actually. And the problem was the lack of open access to information and knowledge for everyone, including knowledge on how technology works and knowledge on where the data comes from. Through the years, we tried to solve that problem through policies, through building technologies ourselves, and also adopting and promoting standards that will make easy for people to open up research and to benefit scale, basically, and benefit more other areas or inform other artworks with the product of their creations. The problem that we see today is that even if the basic technologies that we built 20 years ago now live in up to 250 governments and local governments, because they were designed with openness and enabling interoperability and with a vision to be shared and maximized. And the policies that we designed that enable many people to open knowledge and share textbooks and share creativity and benefit the many. And those standards that we built didn't lead necessarily to all the benefits that we expected. They led, as the Open Future publication said, to the paradox of open and this unprecedented concentration of power in the hands of few. Now we have today this problem in front of us, the problem of AI. And the problem of AI, of course, it is the minimal problem is how it's going to benefit artists. The main problem, we are seeing it with our eyes, the weaponization and how the military is using many of our data to assassinate people, mostly civilians, and not to deliver that promise of a better world that we were told a few years ago. But going back to the point in this panel, the problem that we have today is that 20 years after we were trying to patch a broken system that was not adapted to the digital developments, we are not in the same position. We are even in a worse position than 20 years ago, because the open knowledge ecosystem, that system that will both enable citizens and compensate artists, is not happening. What is happening is an unprecedented concentration of power and a really Frankenstein system with anachronic copyright laws trying to respond to this. So our position is that we cannot design a system where creativity and public value of AI is going to flourish if we build that system in this broken idea of criminalizing, kids photocopying a textbook in India while enabling the big corporations to take everything they can and to do anything they want. That's the system that we have today. That's the system, not all the countries in the world have these sophisticated frames that the European Union has. And the global copyright system is tremendously unfair. And it is leading to, in parallel, with this in general imperialism that we have, this cultural imperialism where, we might be opening the door to lock the innovation and the possibilities to play with these technologies and to participate and to create of the many and lock it just for the exclusive protection of the few corporations with that ability and few places with that computational power. Together with that, we have really I guess that copyright has gotten more and more sophisticated, but access to culture and access to information is a complete disaster. If you look now, 10 years ago, probably it was easier for the average citizen to find reliable information than today. And there's no institutions really responding to this. There's no public investment on this, and this is going to affect tremendously not only the right to access information, but the right to education and the right to participate in culture. So the position of the Open Knowledge Foundation is the need to examine the system from the basis and to examine the fairness of this system in order to both benefit creators, of course, but also the general public. Because if we do not build institutions that are going to protect, fund, and prepare the ground for the next wave of innovations to flourish in a more distributed way, we will be like completely locked in. Yeah, it's no longer, like a gated garden. It is a completely closed space where only few are going to have total monopoly of access to information, total monopoly of an absolute control of creative works, and the general public will be like just passive consumer of whatever comes out of that black box.
Thank you. So we want to continue with the second round before we open this up for the floor, but maybe you already want to think a little bit about questions that you have to the panelists or to Paul. I wanted to come back mainly to the two of you to my right, because you've both explained that you're essentially working in sort of like infrastructure structures that support artists in navigating their way through this new world, right? Like your infrastructures are a little bit older and maybe proven. Yours are
wants to change those structures.
Yours are somewhat more recent and maybe a bit more experimental. But I would like to sort of like both of you invite you to share a little bit what you think needs to happen next in order for artists, creators, but also maybe the public interest to flourish in this environment, assuming that we are at the end of this mandate of the European Parliament, like we might have an AI Act that addresses some of the transparency concerns that Paul has outlined at the beginning. But what about like creators and their agency in this space? So maybe we'll go the same order again. Hanneke, you start.
Yeah. So what is it? What visual artists want right now? That's the question, I think. Well, Picture recently performed a survey amongst their members, and it seems that they want basically three things: control over their work, transparency, and compensation. So control, I think that artists now feel, I know, a lot of artists feel that copyright at the moment is not there to protect them. in the AI issue. I think we have a bit of a strange situation. We had the Digital Single Market Directive that was meant to make copyright better suited for the digital age. But I think unintendedly, obviously, it made the position for at least artists, visual artists, worse. And I think it's needless to say that almost no one was having this generative AI in the back of their mind when the exception for text and data mining in the law was introduced in the directive. And it is because of this exception for text and data mining that now the only instrument for artists to fight against the scraping of their work by AI companies seems to be to make what they call a right reservation, an opt-out. But it is impossible at the moment to do that effectively. For instance, there are no standardized methods that are being respected by AI companies and are being known for everyone how to use them. And also, artists already have limited control over their work on the internet. So if you would say, just do an opt-out, how would that work? Would they then have to look at every website that their work is being on posted? Would they then have to say, I want to opt out? How does that work? That's very unclear. But maybe even more important, it's simply too late now. The work has already been scraped, well, like 2 years or maybe longer ago. No one was having a rights reservation in place right then. And what I've been told is that it's impossible for AI companies to unlearn their AI. So your work is now in the AI, you have competition with it, and you have no effective way to get it out. That's the system. So that's something that's very frustrating for them. Then transparency. I think they want transparency on the input side. Has my work being used to train AI? Well, I think that maybe the AI Act will be a good step in the direction there. But also on the output side, AI output should be recognizable as AI output. But that will increase, at least that's what we think, it will increase the value of human work. So then there's a better competition system. But the last thing, but not the least thing, because almost all artists said that this is what they really, really want, and that's compensation, obviously. It's professional, creative work, it's highly valuable, and AI only underlines that. It's what it thrives on. So I think that the creators of that work should benefit from that value. I think we can all agree that big AI companies or platforms like DALL-E, Midjourney, Stability AI, they wouldn't exist without the work of professional visual artists. Without contemporary art, I don't see it happening. So artists simply should get their piece of the pie. And then how can we get a fair compensation system? Well, my plea would be regulation. Don't leave it up to the market. And there are many ways to get a better compensation system. For instance, create an opt-in system instead of an opt-out system, and that would probably make a better negotiation position. Might be a pool for those agreements. Or at least introduce a statutory compensation right for the scraping of copyright material. And I want to conclude by saying that I really want to stress that visual artists are realistic about AI. The train has left the station, they see that, it's here to stay, and it's probably the future for many of them also. So I think it's our job, or no, it's your job, to build now a system in which they, who are already a very vulnerable group, can profit from their value and get a fair share. That's it. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you? Oh. And I think Matt, sort of knowing a little bit about the work that you do, like you probably can continue a little bit on the specifically maybe the first point, the control part, because I think that's where your work is currently focusing. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Sounds good. I think I can actually speak to a couple of the comments that came up there. I think how an opt-out works in practice, which appears to be from what I see from the AI Act, where things are going with this emphasis on Article 4, it is no doubt difficult. I think there's a few things that can be done. Currently, we've done, I think, the most of anybody to try and test this thesis with the Stability and the Hugging Face partnership. One of the things that's particular to this, as you said, how would an artist opt out of a model they don't know they're in? Are they supposed to be looking at every website on the internet? There are some things that can be done. So, for example, if right now you opt out on our service, we will find every duplicate that we find in a data set and automatically opt that out. This is one of the reasons why, for example, when people talk about creating standards in this space, they default back to ideas like robots.txt, these kind of dormant technologies, right? They can just kind of sit there and do the job for you. Regrettably, in this kind of AI era, these things are insufficient. And you'll see, for example, there are some companies who've put forward ideas like this.
But it's only in the AI companies that work with you, right? Can you retrieve all the work for our artists on open AI platforms?
No, not currently, because we don't work with them.
Exactly,
but yeah, we can only do it with organizations who are somewhat transparent about their training data. And I think that the urge or the dynamic seems to be pushing in that direction. I would encourage that, to the point whereby I think that we have sufficient technology to be able to certify that a model has done that going forward with protections in place. The other point that I think is worth addressing is you do raise a good point saying that machine learning models have a great deal of difficulty in unlearning. We've actually run a study with a team at Northeastern that demonstrated that's actually not true. It's just not well known. You can technically make a model unlearn something, but it might well turn out to be really inefficient and computationally intensive to do that. I think the good news on that front, good or bad depending on how you look at it, is that the trend is going toward these models being trained at faster and faster clip. Right? So it might turn out that it doesn't really matter that your work is included in a model that was trained a year ago, because DALL-E 5 is so much better than DALL-E 2 that nobody would ever use DALL-E 2, right? And so I do think that there will be a point where we reach a threshold where the outputs are so good that this is going to become consequential, but fortunately, I think we have a little bit of time to figure that out. And so my argument would be that more reason to put a common sense standard in place, because, at some point, we're going to have models being trained by the day. And I don't think that's too far off, to be quite honest.
Can I say something? Yeah. No, because I was also told that if there would be now new scraping round, then there's also all kinds of artificial intelligence images in it. And that's something that you had to get good AI, you would want human images in it to get it better.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, synthetic data is a really interesting, so what you're describing is described as synthetic data. It's a really interesting topic. Again, once a model gets to a certain point, the synthetic data won't be a problem anymore, right? Because you won't be able to distinguish it from human work. But that being said, the same mechanism that would allow for somebody to identify whether a work is AI or not would be the mechanism used to filter that stuff. And they're already pretty good filters, right? A company with a lot of money on the line is already going to be running that filtration process in the same way that they run process for gore and stuff like this, right? But I think generally speaking, I feel fairly confident that in a number of years we'll be training these models very, very quickly, and we need these standards in place. But the good news there is that your opt-out, that you make today could be enacted tomorrow in that circumstance, right? So why don't we just think about policy getting to that point where the concepts embedded inside models are something that are more liquid, that you're able to actually you're not languishing for a year worrying about future things. And to your point, I think I mean, one of the great challenges for artists in this space also is that so much of it is also incidental. So when you're talking about graphic artists or let's say illustrators, there is also the danger that a big company says, okay, no problem, we'll just pay the one anime company in Japan for their data set. Do we need your data anyway, right? So much of the data that's been hoovered up, for better or worse, I'm of the position that people should have control over their data for reasons I'll hopefully go into, but so much of this was incidental, right? And it really is, maybe you could argue, only for those who are not familiar with what an embedding is a concept inside a model. So if you write Salvador Dali, that's an embedding, that's a very robust concept. Embeddings lose quality, right? So it might turn out that incidentally someone's inside the model, but they're not really influencing it very much. Salvador Dali quite clearly is when you prompt his name. That being said, I mean, all of this points to, and part of the reason we're here, and we're probably all in agreement that and this speaks to Renata's point too, that common sense standards are very important, not only for artists and creatives moving forward, I believe for the AI industry moving forward, right? Because there's only a certain threshold of institutions or organizations who have the money to be able to say, yeah, well, maybe this is a legal problem, we'll deal with it, right? There's everybody else sitting on the sideline, which includes companies in Europe who are saying, well, we would probably like to get involved in the generative AI game, maybe with interesting new compensation models, but we're not able to raise the investment because of the regulatory uncertainty here. And I think that's probably what we'd all want. But I think to Renata's point, the bigger concern for me is without common sense data policy on this, we lead to a balkanized web. We've already seen this a little bit with Twitter and Reddit API wars that were a slight precursor, right, of companies that have data that is valuable and they know is valuable with, again, dubious provenance and dubious kind of consent, saying, well, look, you just won't be able to scrape our site, right? So in order to keep the web more open, I think common sense regulation is really important. But what does that regulation look like? As I mentioned earlier, things like robots.txt, by our estimations, and I think we're fairly advanced on this, don't work. Right, one of the things we've talked about and also discussed with Paul is the prospect of putting together a foundation, a new experimental IP organization that can actually ship code, which would be a very, very different, a very big break from the way these things have been handled before, right? And with all respect to Creative Commons, these are organizations of lawyers. It turns out, I think, that in order to be dynamic to the challenges posed by generative AI, you need people who can write code. You need people who can read it too, right? So, because I actually think that the current debate that we're having about consent is, again, binary. Not to borrow language from a completely separate discussion, but I would argue that long-term consent in this realm, whether or not it's abstracted from copyright or whatever that is, I personally am unconstrained from copyright when thinking about the solution to this, is very much non-binary, right? Consent within these new architectures means consent at the prompt level. It means I'm very happy for my face to be used in this context, but if you use pornographic language, it is not able to be used. Right? I am happy for this to be used in a non-profit context, but I never want to be photographed or spawned wearing pink or something like this. So self-determination over our embedding the concept of us and our digital surrogates in this case, I think is ultimately where this rights-based conversation needs to go. And I would hope that we have enough imagination. I think the imagination on that issue is actually where Europe could lead this discussion, because it's certainly not coming from the States at the moment.
Thank you. And I think, can you switch off your, I think we're going to open the floor again also to maybe the two of you want to react, but also to things. I do want to make one point, and Hanneke, you pointed out that there's a lot of uncertainty, but I think to some degree the Copyright Directive provided certainty, right? Like you have an enforceable right to opt out, or you have the right to opt out, that's clearly given. How that works in practice at the moment is a question of lacking standards, lacking implementation, and I think that's a huge challenge for Europe to deliver on that second part of the promise, like not only the right, but also how you exercise the right. But obviously this situation is much clearer to anyone operating in Europe than someone operating in the United States, where we see all these lawsuits and where it is up in the air if you even have the right to opt out or not. So some level of credit, I think, to the European regulator that it wasn't necessarily a situation that made everything worth, from my perspective at least, is relevant. I know some people in the room have worked on this. So that being said,
all respects to the regulators, of course. No.
That being said, Paul, you want to comment?
Yeah. Just quickly, I think the discussion is fascinating, and that shows the level of creativity which is there in the market, and maybe legislation can build on this creativity and generalize such solutions and make them obligatory. But I would say our theme, and that's the good thing about this program, it's smartly written. The word copyright doesn't come up here. And I think the task before us is to maintain a functioning public space for democracy. For democracy, we need creativity, pluralism, we need innovation. And there are many other factors in the digital economy which are a problem in this respect. So it's, copyright is part of it, but another part, of course, is the concentration of distribution channels. For example, I would say in a smart debate, how the necessary creativity, the necessary pluralism in opinions, in arts, and so on, the necessary innovation, not only technological innovation, but also political innovation, can thrive in the age of AI. Copyright is one issue. Another issue is the governance of this technology itself. Another issue is certainly the issue of distribution channels. And another issue is, of course, data, as distinguished from the copyrighted material, access to data, data protection, individual autonomy, not only of the creative people, but also of every citizen. So I think what we need on this is, let's say, a holistic view of all these issues and the right mix of policy, which then secures, on the one hand, this creativity which we see combined here on this panel, but also the livelihood for those who we want to be creative in this society. And I think this is the great challenge of a big political movement of the 21st century who wants to have a better society. And I would not want to reduce the debate only to copyright. And I think it was very smart to have the title here, Creativity, Ownership, and Public Value in the Age of AI, without mentioning this a little bit reductionist notion of copyright. It is important. I am totally, I hope you have understood this from my initial presentation.
I completely understand. I made the point myself as well.
It's a central notion, but it's really not the only one.
And one thing that I wanted to highlight is also how exclusive this space is. At the moment, to play with AI and create and use it to other purposes than making a profit, like these companies. I mean, it's interesting that everybody is talking about AI companies, and there's no a public counterpart for it. There's no a public institution where citizens can, universities or, artists can go and play with these supercomputational powers and have the access to data without being millionaires or getting like a huge grant from an institution. And that's a problem. That's a problem because we have this, this could be amazing, but it is just in the hands of few companies with one goal, profit, or maybe two goals, profit and control. So societal control. So I think that the pending task of spaces like the European Commission is to dedicate public funding to unlock the computational power and the data power. Because, for example, I'm sure that I will be thrilled to share my data sets for things that are not necessarily enough profit making or biometric controls in borders, like affecting people from my country, from where I come from. But I would like to contribute data of crops to overcome and find solutions for the climate crisis that is affecting the crops in many parts of the world. So, and when you were telling that Creative Commons is an organization of lawyers, Open Knowledge Foundation, actually we make code, we make tools, we make standards in-house. But we will never be able to afford the computational power that will make us, we cannot produce these sophisticated systems anymore because it's so expensive. It is impossible. The technology somehow and the beauties of it became completely inaccessible. The possibility of creativity within the latest technologies is not accessible for a small NGO, even if it's based in Europe and has like this number of coders. Computational power is expensive. Access to data sets is incredibly expensive. We were trying to do a project for the environment. We wanted to do some modeling with the floods in Nepal and in other parts. And just looking at how expensive it will be for us who cannot scrape whatever we want to access the data we needed. It's impossible. It is beyond, when we think of public value in the age of AI, if we don't have the institutions that will, permit others than, the few actors in the room participate in generating that public value, then it will be like privatized benefits, public cost.
Thank you. Do we have questions from the room, and do we have a microphone for someone wanting? Oh no, microphones are there. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to quickly respond to Renata about what she just said, because let's say when we do things well, actually there is a program. Oh, you can't hear me? Microphone here. There is a program from the European Commission that gives access to the HPC, like the exascale supercomputing facilities, which are funded with public money, to startups, NGOs, open source communities, and industries. So they just approved that, and is part of, so it's actually possible, what you just said, and the supercomputing capacity, it's funded with public money. So you can try to access that. I had a couple of points. So one point was that I think, just to link back to the other panels, so what Matthew is talking about, so the Holly Plus and the work they have been doing, I think, first of all, it is made in Europe. So actually, you should say that, because it is actually those kind of digital commons. I mean, this is an example of a protocol which has been made with European companies and European developers here, that I think it's exactly the right thing to do, because it's a protocol, it's a tool that allow us to reclaim back this value produced by creators and distribute it back to the community. So I would say that those kind of conferences, for example, we can find a synergy for policymakers to take those kind of protocols and, as Paul was saying, maybe mandate it when we do procurement of things, because this is how I think good legislation gets done. And it's actually what we could fund if we have a bigger digital sovereignty fund, those kind of projects. And then my other, one question, it refers back to the labor panel, because I was wondering, since we have been hearing about, for example, the Hollywood writers and how they negotiated, their role as a script writers vis-a-vis the disruption of AI in the film industry. And I didn't study, I read some of the outcomes of the negotiation. I didn't look in detail what they have achieved, but in my knowledge, it's the first time where we have collective negotiation and collective bargaining, where AI is pretty central to what the workers are demanding. So I'm wondering if we can learn something from that and maybe start building on those cases. Because I thought, also for the labor negotiation, which we shouldn't go back then, we should build on top of what we are achieving in the collective negotiations.
Okay, before we respond to this, there's another question from Gerard.
It's a bit more general question, and I don't know, if any of you has an urge to answer, but I think also, Hanneke, you said about okay, AI is coming and we cannot fight it, we cannot resist it. I think this is true. So this is a good approach. We need to be realistic. But there's so many creative workers in Europe. It's such a big group. So how do we deal with that? On a European or on a member state level or in another way? How do we make sure that this employment or economic activity doesn't disappear or reduce? And it's still, I think it's a little bit, they are worried for a reason, because it might become more efficient to create images, maybe not as beautiful, not as good, but images could be created by a machine, and then a lot of designers will lose their job. Is there any vision on this, and what do you expect, or what does the people working in this industry, what do they expect from Europe to at least ease this transition, because it's a big transition for a lot of people? And economically, it's when we bring it back to GDP, it's a lot of GDP for Europe that might disappear.
There was another question over, I think you wanted to ask something, right?
Yes, it's a bit a remark and then with an open question. And I would like to address an aspect that Paul Nemetz has mentioned regarding the GDPR and also with respect to the AI Act. So I completely agree with you that we need these data protection laws, and equally or even more so actually the AI Act, because we have to make the providers and manufacturers of these technologies responsible, which is not the case with respect to the GDPR. However, we have there a problem for SMEs and not-for-profit companies. And this is that they have, in contrast to big companies, they have a huge issue in applying these laws. And you can see this. The reason is that the SMEs and not-for-profit, they don't have the big legal departments which help them really to understand the laws and to apply them in practice, etc. And you can see this all over the place. I mean, the Hamburg case was just one example, but you can see it everywhere. The legal uncertainty for the smallest is enormous, and it hinders innovation and really unchaining the innovative capacities, etc. And we have to see this and to respect this and to address this, because if we don't do this, then the whole thing, in German, geht nach hinten los. And we don't want that. It backfires, exactly. And are there any ideas, especially for the AI Act?
Very quickly, I would immediately say that there is no law which is perfect, especially not a law produced in democracy. It's always a compromise. And, you know, I think the question is, what solution would be better in terms of legal certainty and, you know, an environment conducive to small and medium enterprises, NGOs, and so on? Would it be better to not have GDPR and have 27 laws? Would it be better not to have any laws? So, you know, I take your criticism. It has to do something with a misunderstood neoliberal concept of coming to the parliament and also to us and saying the law should not be prescriptive. Don't be prescriptive, leave it to industry to develop solutions. And then you get these formulations, you know, risk-based, you know, as appropriate. They want it. Business want it. And then when the law is there, they are surprised that, you know, you need a consultant and a lawyer to interpret this open, non-prescriptive language. So I would refer this back first to the industry associations who lobby for this type of wording. Yeah, you're addressing an important issue, which is, you know, difficult to solve in an optimal way, because on the other hand, if the language is too closed and too prescriptive, it's not open to be developed in interpretation alongside with fast-moving technological and business model innovations. So I think this will remain a challenge. If in doubt, I'm in favor of a technology-neutral language which is open to future reinterpretation so that it changes its meaning as technology and business models evolve, rather than trying to write an engineer's handbook, which is maybe right today, but in 1 week from now, not anymore.
Okay, thank you. And I think in response to the two other questions, Hanneke wanted to take the lead, and then you as well.
Yeah, so first to react to your question about how is it possible that in the US there are these big cases run by unions, I think, and why is this not happening in Europe? I think there are two reasons for that. One of this is not completely my expertise, I have to say immediately, but I think one of the reasons is that, at least in the Netherlands, unions are not that strong, not creators' unions, they're not that strong as they are in the US. So that's, I don't know, they have declining members, amount of members. That's something that has been going on for the last couple of decades. So that's, I think, one part, unfortunately. So there's work to be done there. But another reason, I think, is also the text and data mining exception, because I'm sorry, Paul, but that's really true. When creators turned to us and said, well, this is happening, our work is being scraped, I think in the US you got the answer like, yeah, that might not be possible, so we can start a court case. In the Netherlands, the reaction, or in Europe, the reaction was more like, it's probably possible, you just have to opt out. And that's a different situation. That's a more difficult court case. So I think that's one of those two reasons I think that's that. And then to react to your question, how to react to the potential job loss. Again, that's also not completely my expertise because I'm a copyright professional, but I do think copyright is also, you have to look at it in a holistic way. I agree, and maybe you have to do more public funding for visual artists or for young artists, etc. But I just see it at Pictoright that artists really benefit from the licensing fees that they get on a collective basis. So, yeah, copyright is part of that. I think so. Or if there is any other better system, I'm very happy to support that as well. But this is what I see that is possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd also like to speak to some of that, a few of the things that came up. First off, I think the notion of competing with the training budgets is rapidly becoming inconceivable. In the private sector right now, you're talking about billion-dollar training budgets for some of these large models, which is also one of the reasons why I think if you were to think of a European focus, it makes a lot more sense to look at more nimble areas like IP innovation, for example, or one of the themes that's been coming up is this idea of new institutions that can perhaps help people weather what's coming. I don't think you need to be defeatist about this. Far to the contrary. The one thing I think that was missed earlier in the opening comments is the understanding that artists are going to use these tools to create new things. I completely concede the point. I mean, I think that there's a point of banality that comes from Midjourney, for example, right? As someone who's been playing with these things for quite some time, if you show me a Midjourney image, I know it's a Midjourney image. And that's fun for a little while. And then we need artists to make something else, right? And I think that's actually the good news on this front is that initially it's kind of presented. I think we need to give artists a bit more credit, right? Like we tend to mint the idea of an artist as someone who creates distinction in their time, right? The time that we are entering into will involve people being able to create infinite derivative media from someone's voice or style. And that is just something we're going to have to deal with. And I do hope that in the commercial cases where people are making a lot of money from this, the artists will be able to share in the spoils of that. But who we determine is an artist is going to be someone who makes art factoring that, right? And there's going to be all kind of new things that come from it. And so when speaking about like the institutional challenges and the IP challenges, again, I personally don't like being a data cop. I think it's rather boring. There's so much more to think about for people sharing themselves, given the potential of these tools, in a fair and in a fair manner. One thing, I mean, we started doing this with Holly Plus. It was actually built in Europe, and I should say that. Built in Europe, monetized in Mountain View. How about that? Regrettably, I mean, but that seems to be the path, right? Is like you build something here, you set a precedent, everybody in the world knows about it, and then Google does it years later. So that we can have that gripe later. But the greater point is there's so much experimentation that can actually be done here. Early next year, we're launching something where talking about, let's say, collective ownership of data sets, right? So this is again a compensation model that's not yet been determined. We've come up with systems, for example, where data sets can be produced ad hoc. So, if you're able to say, I'm opting out my data in these conditions, but I want to opt it in these conditions, it might turn out that photographer or illustrator can be permissionlessly part of a data set they didn't even know they were part of, right? And that's more likely where the data economy is going to go, so long as we have common sense protections in place. Again, this is the kind of experimentation that could be incubated in Europe using funds, because it's currently not being incubated in the States, and I can say that there's nobody working on this in the States. And so I think that's the other side to this, is that realistically, and to speak to the general theme of this, the progressive position, in my perspective, is to be progressive about this and say, okay, well, now we have these tools. Can we be more creative than the others in this? Yes, I believe we can. And share the good news to say, okay, actually, if you're an artist who's an incredibly skilled illustrator or photographer or musician or whatnot, these are potential avenues for you to be able to do very well in this new economy, rather than retreating and letting Mountain View dictate the terms.
Getting side-eyes that we need to wrap up this session. So if you want to make a short final statement, and then I'll try to wrap it up?
A short final statement, not being European, but also seeing, like European strategic partner for many of the beautiful things that can happen in the world. And as Open Knowledge Foundation is welcoming more members from Africa, from Latin America, from the Middle East, I think that we need to also look beyond and first not to replicate, because Europe is super regulated, to get an extractivist dynamic to feed the AI creativity with, cheap labor from AI sweatshops in the Global South. It's important to have, in whatever practice you promote, this as a red line. And second, what about partnerships? Interesting partnerships with some of the solutions that are not possible here because of gray areas of a regulation, blah, are possible in other places. And it could be examples to regulate in a different way here. So I think that will give us a possibility of opening up, sharing culture, experimenting, and advancing creativity and public value that goes beyond Europe.
Thanks. So if I try to wrap up this discussion, I think we could, by the way, go on for another hour easily. I think we have some level of consensus maybe on 3 points, which may be helpful for redefining this project. So, and they, to some degree, as Francesca had also pointed out, they connect with the topics that have been raised earlier. The one is obviously that we need to invest in sort of public compute and data infrastructures if we want to provide the conditions for this explosion of creativity to happen outside of this choking control of a number of profit-driven companies. So that's number one, build infrastructures, build institutions here. The second is we also need to invest in ways to provide consent and self-determination and make this system work, right? Let's forget about however you legally structure that thing, but there needs to be a way for creators to express consent in this way. There are ideas about consent that are very substantially derived from the copyright system. There's also this more playful side that Matt pointed out, but to some degree, wherever we end up on this scale of things, the first order of business should be to build the infrastructures to make this possible. And there is a clear mandate for Europe to deliver on making this possible in a clear-cut way and maybe lead. And then the third is, which is also very clear, we need to find effective ways on top of that to channel back that some of the value that gets extracted through the system comes back to the creators, but also, as I think Renata pointed out at the moment, also other contributors to the system, the data workers, right? The work that takes place outside of Europe. So this is not in that sense, copyright is not the only framework because that would direct basically everything to the professional creators. I think we need to look wider here. We need to take into account the people who built these systems, who maintain the systems, who sometimes under terrible working conditions, make these systems possible in the first place. And so there's a lot of work to be done. Thank you all 4 of my fantastic contributors. Thank you. And back to whoever's in charge of the next part.
Yeah, so the next part is a coffee break. So we have coffee served outside of this room until 45. So we have a bit more than 15 minutes. So take a coffee and some fresh air on the hallway. And then we continue with the final panel. Okay. I don't know if everybody has arrived. Yes. So it's exactly 45, which means that we are a little bit behind schedule, but we have still a final panel and then a closing session with some really excellent speakers in the closing remarks. Maybe to say that on the program we also have Brando Benifei for this panel, but he's still the aftermath of the negotiations, but he will join at some point during the panel, we were told. So hopefully, and he's also scheduled to give closing remarks, and they guaranteed us that he will come at some point, but we don't know exactly when. But it's going to be interesting because it's fresh off the press. I would give the moderation to John to moderate this panel. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and welcome to this session. Wonderful to be at this event, which has been absolutely fascinating. And we're going to be talking about what digital future for Europe, big democracy beyond big tech and big state. And to get us started, I'm going to pass over to Francesca Bria for an impulse speech. Francesca.
Thank you very much, and really great to see you are resisting an intense day of talks and discussion, which has been very, very interesting for me. I also suggest maybe to bring an innovation in the European Parliament, which is espresso coffee. Can someone... Can someone do that? I think it's not that difficult, so maybe we can achieve that one. And yeah, I hope that Brando will join us because, of course, we're all eager to know what's happening behind closed door in the trialogue. So hopefully after 20 hours of negotiations, he will be able to join. So I think we are actually at the perfect time that we are gathering here in the middle of the negotiation on the AI Act, because it's the perfect time to shape the future of digital Europe. Also because, of course, we have a next term and elections coming up. So I think it's the right time to have this kind of strategic planning moment and trying to see how are we framing what Europe should be doing from now on. And in my starting speech, I want to contribute this and try to emphasize the need to have a bold, ambitious, and also visionary European technology and digital strategy. I will focus on three main pillars that will be defining, in my view, Europe's path in the digital age. So the first foundational pillar, we'll all be repeating this concept, is about focusing on the robust enforcement of the EU regulatory framework. And I'm talking about enforcement, not only regulating, but enforcing the regulation and know how the regulation will be working in practice. And I was very much, listening to Max von Grafenstein comment before, saying, of course, our objective with the constitution for the digital age that Europe is shaping is shifting power away from the big monopolies to the people, to society. And are we achieving this objective or not? Is it actually more difficult to comply for small companies, for NGOs, for civil society, or are we making it easier to benefit from the digital revolution for the many, for the people, for society? I think that the negotiation on the AI Act is a crucial milestone, because the AI Act should be seen not only as one piece of legislation, but as a compass designed to align artificial intelligence. I think it should be the first legislation that does that with our constitutional values, including fundamental rights and democratic principles. Its potential to impose strict regulation on high-risk AI application and enforce mandatory transparency, and we will discuss, of course, if the package on prohibition and exemption, law enforcement exemptions are acceptable or not. But this could position Europe as a front-runner in progressive AI governance on a global stage. So reaching an ambitious agreement on this act is paramount. However, we know we are facing significant challenges moving forward. Also because the AI Act is currently under strong pressures that threaten to weaken its effectiveness, potentially reducing it to a non-binding code of conduct, so self-regulation, a scenario we must avoid at all costs. The regulation of AI models, on which fundamental, essential services of societies across sectors like healthcare, education, climate policy, housing, and urban planning will depend, must not be left in the hands of private corporations, primarily driven by financial gains and market dominance, often prioritizing profit over public interest. Also, the volatility in the industry, as exemplified by the OpenAI saga, clearly demonstrates the pressing need for stringent and effective AI regulation. I think on this one we're all at the same page. Of course, alongside the AI Act, we also have the DMA, the DSA, the Data Act, the data protection legislation. Those are key pieces of legislation to curb the market power of major tech giants. And when enforced effectively, they will be very good for promoting fair competition and safeguarding consumer rights. However, this regulatory framework is not sufficient. So our approach as progressive should not merely regulate non-European big tech corporations, but also proactively carve out an independent path in the digital age. This realization leads us to our second pillar. Europe's reliance on imported technologies raises concerns about its digital independence, industrial competitiveness, and economic security. To address this, Europe must develop its own technology sector, fostering open, sovereign, and independent solutions that reflect European values and needs. To strengthen our economic and political sovereignty in a complex geopolitical environment, Europe needs a combination of regulatory frameworks and active digital industrial policies. So I think we have been seeing in the last maybe 5 years, so too late, possibly too late, too little, but we've been seeing a push on digital industrial policies for the first time in the European Commission. Our objective goes merely beyond crafting regulations. We should be here to build new markets, new industries, creating also non-market innovative institutions, as we've been discussing in this conference, and fostering ecosystems that truly serve the public interest. So to build our own tech ecosystem, I will call it the Europe stack. That's what we have to build. We should prioritize strategic investments in research, innovation, digital public infrastructures. We should also grow our European deep tech champions, yes, in space technology, quantum, biotech, renewable energy, chips, green hydrogen, and photonics. This requires attracting talent, training millions of researchers in deep tech, and building a strong network of engineering and technology transfer hub around our leading universities and research centers beyond the national dimension. And I emphasize beyond the national dimensions because you probably know this is one of the big problems we're having. We do all of this in our nation states, but we compete at the European level, and we do very little in a strategic way in pan-European level. So our innovation strategy should be a blend of patient public investments, agile venture capital, along with large-scale industrial alliances, like the IPCI in hydrogen, cloud, and batteries. And let's hope a lot of money that we are releasing, for example, in these industrial alliances, but also in the Next Generation EU, gets well spent. And this is maybe a call for FEPS and for the progressive to monitor how this money gets spent. So, for instance, good examples, the European Chips Act targets over 100 billion in investment, and this is vital for Europe's lead in semiconductor production, but probably we will understand that we are lagging behind in chips very much so still. Likewise, our investment in exascale supercomputers aim to make Europe a leader in computing power. And yes, we are opening that infrastructure to AI startups, SMEs, and the open source community at large. So if you are an open source community, you should demand access to the open exascale supercomputing publicly funded facilities in Europe. To implement this strategy, the EU must use all available instruments and probably consider new ones. So this includes faster and strategic decision-making at EU level, targeted subsidies, common EU funds, intelligent procurement, and ethical framework. However, we must prioritize European native tech products that align with our societal values and standards, and we have too little of that. Europe should enforce digital regulations that mandate free and open source technology, data sovereignty, and privacy. These principles should underpin our procurement and funding processes. Already, if we do that, we are a step forward. This is a challenge that transcends mere technological concerns, representing a critical component of our political agenda. The recent takeover of Twitter by Elon Musk underscores the increasing influence of tech tycoons over major communication channels, highlighting the pressing need for Europe to develop its own social media platforms governed by democratic principles beyond the surveillance business model that exploit and manipulate personal data and information. As Europe approaches political elections, the urgency of creating digital platforms immune to the manipulative strategies of populist and far-right movements is more apparent than ever. These platforms must be funded with strong commitment to digital rights, cultivating a digital public sphere that champions values such as pluralism, privacy, and freedom of expression. To achieve this, I propose the creation of a 10 billion euros EU Digital Sovereignty Fund to unify and scale our efforts. This fund will be a blend of grants and equity investments, fostering pan-European collaboration among our national innovation agencies. This ambitious initiative will have the aim to establish robust digital public infrastructures and digital commons, offering viable alternatives to current monopolistic digital platform models, supporting the deployment of open AI models and decentralized applications, sovereign data spaces, open knowledge tools and content, privacy-preserving digital IDs, and digital payment systems. These tools represent the foundational common stack for the Europe stack, essential for creating public options for pan-European digital services and applications that effectively create open source and interoperable marketplaces in smart mobility, urban development, healthcare, citizen participation, education, and culture, designed to plug in local tax, labor, and licensing rules. Because let's say it is really hard to ask this corporation to pay taxes here, to obey to the labor standards and environmental standards, and also to our own licensing rules. This gets me to the third crucial and final pillar in our path towards digital sovereignty. Europe must play a key role in championing innovation in the public interest by forging new governance and economic models and establishing global alliances. This significant aspect of our strategy directly addresses a fundamental question. Can we shape the trajectory of technological progress through democratic control? The current path of AI development, predominantly driven by private corporations, is dominated by ideologies such as AGI and effective altruism. It emphasizes market-driven solution and profit-oriented ethos. The situation has led to a reality where AI development is nearly inseparable from big tech's influence. Their control over computing power, data, and market reach dictates the rules of the digital game, creating strong dependencies for industries, SMEs, public institutions, workers, and citizens. However, Europe must not capitulate to this paradigm. In envisioning the future, we see AI agents as intermediaries of all digital interactions, as a key repositories of all human-generated knowledge. It is critical that these pervasive platforms remain open, universally accessible, and under democratic control. They can't be monopolized by tech giants from Silicon Valley. Managing these AI systems as open digital commons is essential, ensuring transparency, democratic accountability, and public oversight. Europe's alternative to the big tech model of Silicon Valley, characterized by monopoly power and surveillance capitalism, and the big state model of digital authoritarian centralized control seen in China, should be big democracy, a new social pact in today's techno-capitalism. This pact must address immediate AI challenges, but also its long-term implication on employment, labor rights, creativity, education, the welfare system, and societal norms. So Europe's commitment to to digital citizenship, data sovereignty, and privacy technologies position us, or could position us, at the forefront of a digital society that aligns with what the UN agenda is to promote global digital commons. Digital commons are emerging, for example, at local scale. Barcelona Initiative for Digital Sovereignty has led to the development of a citizen participation platform, the Decidim, which is now used globally. It's an alternative to Twitter, actually, for citizen participation. Hamburg developed a data sharing framework to transfer data from private to public sector and incorporating data sharing clauses in public contracts, making data a common good. These examples, but many others that were discussed in this conference, can show how local innovations that put people first can be replicated and scaled at a European level. So I close here by saying that I think this conference can be a crucial step in forming a coalition, a diverse coalition that is fully committed to Europe's democratic digitization, that involves political parties, labor unions, civil society, academia, innovators, cities, public institutions, and I think much more, because probably the reason why actually we have a weak AI Act and some weak, digital regulation is that we don't have social representations involved in this debate. So I think we have to broaden the spectrum, get the unions, but also get the creators, get people that get teachers in schools, the healthcare sector involved in how AI and technology will shape the future. So as we prepare for a new European term, we must question our ability to forge a unique technological path and bring technological advancement under democratic governance. I think this is really our objective, and today's discussions are a call to action. We must forge strong alliances, also global alliances. I really take what Renata said before with the Global South as well, because this is also very important for Europe, and establish a political agenda for our technological era. So our collective efforts should aim to shape a future where technology aligns with our progressive values, contributing to social and environmental justice and contributing to reducing inequalities. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Francesca. I'd just like to ask a quick question before we move on, which is that one of the things I've done at the FT is I founded something called Sifted, which is a FT-backed but independent media company writing about this new generation of European startups. And so we write about and talk to entrepreneurs around Europe every day, and they would argue that they don't really get much of a voice in Brussels, and that they would complain about a lack of a digital single market. They would complain about a lack of growth capital across Europe. They would complain about a lack of a single capital market equivalent to NASDAQ that would help suck these companies through the system and help build really valuable European stack, as you talk about it. Now, this is not the normal discourse of social or democratic parties, is it? But do you think it should be?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so I think there are different reasons why actually this is not happening yet. I mean, one reason we all know it, in Europe, I think a big vocal voices has been, for example, the telecom sector, which didn't really have any incentive to innovate. Actually, they're running public infrastructures that have been privatized and then lost a lot of capacity to innovate. So the discourse has been kind of protecting from the over the top, but not building a European capacity to compete. I think what's important, what I try to underline here, is that we don't only think about the venture capital and risk-taking equity at the European level, that I think is actually happening more, as you know, because you're running Sifted, and I also read it. So there is a lot of effort that Europe is doing in that space. I think also now, for the first time, we have lots of national public investment banks which are devoted money and investing in startups and scale-ups. I used to run a big fund, €5 billion investment in Italy, which is backed by the Treasury. And so there is a lot of effort, and the European Innovation Council was created to run with the European Investment Fund an actual 10 billion, which is becoming around 30 billion fund for scale up. So I think there is that understanding. I think what we need probably to do, so I think this is part of what we should be doing, but it's not enough. Because also, and that's what I was saying here, we need the public agenda, so we need patient capital, patient long-term capital, which is public investment, and we need to build public alternatives. And we also need strong industrial alliances, because obviously we have to see how also the startups are collaborating with our industry in that advanced manufacturing, healthcare, in the decarbonization of our energy sector. So I think we need to keep these three pillars, but now the most underfunded is this public interest agenda. So while, the startups are having their voice heard, the big industries obviously are always at the table, and also military technologies in particular at this point, I think what's really missing is the public interest agenda. And that's why I'm excited, that here FEPS is putting forward this, fund for digital sovereignty, which focuses on public digital infrastructures and digital commons, because I think this is really lacking.
Great. Cecilia, I'd like to move on to you. Francesca has urged us all to think beyond regulation, important though that is. We need to kind of think about more creative measures in addition to that, and I know you have some thoughts on this subject.
Thanks, John. I think that now some slides will pop up, and I've chosen to present you some slides just because I think that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Of course, when you put in the same sentence Europe and big tech, this type of picture probably comes to your minds, which is basically top 100 digital platforms in market capitalization. But what I want to discuss is not just about all the value that big tech from the US and China are concentrating, but I want to focus on the mechanisms they are using to do it. And in particular, I want to focus on there is a lot of research and a lot of discussion about the concentration of data, the concentration of intellectual property rights, and how they acquire companies. But there is not much on how much they control beyond ownership. So if we can move to the next slide. Here, and I can share the slides afterwards. Here I'm basically plotting the AI research network. At least these are the top 150 organizations presenting research work on AI in the largest AI conferences. And if we click 1 second on the slide, and again, the two crucial nodes in this network are Alphabet, so Google, and in particular Microsoft. Microsoft is a red triangle, and I'm specifically want to speak about Microsoft not only because of its centrality, controlling, coordinating the whole network, but also because of its geopolitical role in this network. Because the red clusters are clusters mostly populated by Chinese organizations, firms, and also universities, public research organizations, whereas all the other clusters are mostly integrated by organizations from the West. So basically, Microsoft is the organization that is holding together this network, gatekeeping the network at the global level, deciding that this network is not completely decoupled, and ultimately influencing every single organization that is producing frontier AI, even without having direct contacts with them. What I'm plotting is co-authorships, in case it's not so clear. And if we continue, and again, just to be faster with time, to the next slide, I want to focus on Microsoft scientific publications out large. So not only Microsoft scientific publications in these top AI conferences. Here, of course, the crucial node of the network will be Microsoft, because these are Microsoft scientific publications. And what I'm plotting here is a network of its most frequent co-authors. And you will find there a lot of European organizations, and we can have a look later if you want to. But I want to bring to your attention the comparison between scientific co-authorships and co-ownerships of patents. So if you can click 3 times, that will show you very briefly that almost every single Microsoft scientific publication has co-authors coming from other organizations, 88%, whereas barely 1% of its patents have co-owners. And of course, patents is not the main appropriation mechanism in this industry. Actually, I've done over 80 interviews so far with people working on AI, science, and technology in different companies, not only big tech. And again, one finds a lot of non-disclosure agreements of many of the so-called partnerships, which end up actually being Microsoft and other big tech virtually controlling other companies. And this precisely leads me to my second point. So the next slide, please, and another click, because I will just focus on the table that it's on gray over there. I said before that there is a lot out there about acquisitions, but we don't say much, at least until recently because of the OpenAI Microsoft saga, but we don't say much about corporate venture capital. And what you have there is a table summarizing by October 2023 the number of companies that had among its top 5 investors a large tech company, not only from the US, I also included SAP, for instance, for comparison, and also some Chinese companies. So you can see how relevant these companies are in the whole startup ecosystem, not only when it comes to acquisitions, but also in controlling, first of all, what type of startups get the funding, but also what the startups are doing. And at this point, everybody knows that in 2019, Microsoft poured $1 billion in OpenAI. That included privileged access to GPT-3, and it also included the capacity to steer the type of research and the type of products that OpenAI was going to launch to the market. So if we move 2 clicks forward, this is from one of my interviews, and it highlights that for Microsoft, it's strategic not to acquire OpenAI, not only for avoiding regulations, avoiding antitrust, but also because it enables Microsoft to sell OpenAI products broadly, even to its rivals like Salesforce. And if we click 2 more times, just to be very brief, of course, we need, first of all, to remember how concentrated the cloud market is. But also, I want to highlight that it is through the cloud that the AI is mostly being adopted. From large companies, from all the large European companies already have contracts with these big tech companies for their so-called digital journey. And also, all the startup companies use the cloud for developing their technologies. And what is interesting is how Microsoft, and the same goes for Amazon and Google, play this game. Because while on the one hand was investing in OpenAI and making OpenAI have a contract where it can only offer its services on Microsoft Azure, it was at the same time offering on Azure Llama 2, which is an open source large language model put out there by Meta. The third point could have been about open source, because unfortunately open source is another environment that is being more and more controlled by large tech companies. But for the sake of time, I will stop here and just say that if we want to think about solutions that do not backfire, we need to go beyond addressing parts of the AI value chain, addressing only, for instance, giving more funding for venture capital, giving more funding for science and technology, or even regulating the uses of AI, regulating how it impacts on labor. All this, of course, is needed, but by itself, it will only end up favoring these companies, and this is why we need to create new institutions that can prevent this knowledge capture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecilia, and we'll certainly come back to the whole issue of kind of open source, which I'm very keen to explore. But Brando Benefei, as I understand it, is still locked in negotiations, but Mr. Agius Saliba is here, who I hope he can update us with how those talks are going as well.
So, first of all, thanks. I am filling a little bit in for Brando. He is excusing himself. Maybe he can also join us for the conclusion of these panels, for the conclusion remarks. I will go through a little bit on what we have achieved as a political group during these negotiations. We were privileged to have a co-rapporteur, one of the 2 co-rapporteurs, who are negotiating directly with the Council and Commission right now. Negotiations stopped an hour ago, and they will resume tomorrow morning at 9. Still a little bit far away on a number of points, but we managed to secure some of our ambitions. But what was the priority of S&D? Something which is highlighted also in our digital position paper, but which we really fought hard for during all of these negotiations. A central point: AI should take a human-centric approach. And if you look at our priorities during the negotiations, this is clearly reflected in all of our priorities. First of all, we fought and we succeeded to extend the scope to protect democracy, rule of law, and also the environment, in addition to health, safety, and also fundamental rights. We inserted also clear provisions providing that AI should in no way prevent member states or the Commission to present a more ambitious sectorial legislation for AI used at work. Again, in the first panel, we also highlighted how important it is, this interaction between artificial intelligence and the effect of the fundamental rights of workers and how this is affecting the most fundamental rights of our workers. We have also managed to insert a clear provision providing also obligations on providers to ensure sufficient level of AI literacy for their staff and other persons dealing with the obligation and use of AI systems. We managed also to achieve a number of obligations for companies using high-risk AI systems at the workplace to inform workers' representatives and also the affected workers before such AI system is put into service. And we also introduced a right for individuals to receive meaningful explanation about the use of AI systems. Again, the importance of having more transparency when AI is being used, and also another important victory that we managed to achieve, the addition of new high-risk AI uses, basically the extension of scope. We pushed for creditworthiness assessments, the assessments to get a health insurance, and we also added a category of AI systems that could be used to influence the outcomes of elections and referenda. Again, also a very important point touching on the most fundamental issues of our democracies. What has been discussed during the past hours? What are the most pertinent points that Brando was negotiating? Hopefully he can also give us more light where we are standing on these fundamental points. National security exemption, which is basically Article 2. While the Commission and the European Parliament clarified that AI should not apply to AI systems developed or used explicitly for military purposes, the Council general approach provides that the regulation should also not apply to AI systems used for military, defense, or national security purposes. During the negotiations, the EP and the Commissions voiced serious concerns about the Council text, arguing that it goes further than the treaties. The Council stood firm and is still holding firm on its position, stressing that it was a major point for Member States and arguing that similar wording was adopted in the Data Act. The EP and the Commission were aligned in rejecting this argument and referred instead to the wording adopted by the Data Governance Act. This agenda item will be and was a major point of contention between the co-legislators. The Council is having an extreme limited mandate and has been only considering the wording agreed in the Data Act. For the EP, this wording is unacceptable in the AI Act, and we are also continuing to push for a more appropriate one. When it comes, again, another important point for us, the fundamental rights impact assessment, one of our key achievements as an S&D group, and we were identified from the very start as champions for this idea. This new article, which is Article 29A, would require that companies using high-risk AI system carry out fundamental rights impact assessment to identify more concretely risks associated with the specific context of deployment of AI systems. The persons to be affected, the identity, measures to be mitigated for such risks. This would ensure fundamental rights are effectively protected in the specific context of use. This fundamental rights impact assessment will be a part of the final text. At this stage, the Council is ready and was ready during the negotiations to accept this fundamental right impact assessment for all public authorities, but it remained skeptical towards applying the fundamental rights impact assessment for all private entities falling under the categories of deployers under the AI Act. At the trialogue, the main political point was that on agreeing on to include private actors. when it comes, again, to fundamental foundation models, which is Article 28B. The inclusion of foundation models in the scope of the AI Act has been another major win during the parliamentary negotiations with political groups. Again, another idea which was pushed very hard by Brando and our political family. Basically, the objective is to cover models which are component of AI systems used in large language models or generative AI systems, basically the ChatGPT example. The EP mandate provides a number of obligations for foundation models, whereas the Commission and also the Council, and they had a very similar idea, were not willing to regulate them. The approach retained for a possible compromise consists in distinguishing between normal foundation models, which could be subject to transparency obligations, from foundation models with systematic risks, which would be subject to stronger obligations such as the transparency, risk assessment, testing, and also mitigation measures. This is the approach directly inspired from the DSA and DMA precedents. When it comes to prohibited AI systems, basically Article 5 regarding the ban on real-time RBI, the Council is unsurprisingly standing very strong, and it continued to stay strong during the past hours, to bringing back the exceptions foreseen initially in the Commission's proposal. We have a mandate to keep the full ban as provided for in the EP text, and both co-rapporteurs have kept in line during the negotiations so far. Informally, we have also here a fallback position that is prepared in case where a compromise would be necessary. The fallback position would basically consist of having a ban with limited exceptions, with strong safeguards when it comes to restricting the list of crimes, prior authorization, full fundamental rights impact assessment, and also notifications to the Commission. So therefore, there we can have a softer stand than the other priorities that we have. Other issues that were also negotiated during these trialogues were those dealing with a ban on scrapping images from CCTV or the internet, ban on emotion recognition on the workplace and in education, which should also be saved, ban on predictive policing, ban on biometric categorization, and ban on RBI. So basically, I tried to give a resume on what are our priorities, what we have achieved, and also what were the main bones of contention during the negotiations. Hopefully, Brando will be here with us in a couple of minutes, and he can give us a more clear picture on what has been going on during the 22-hour marathon of trialogues.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very interesting update. So, Daniel, I'd like to come to you. You have written a lot about the AI Act, and you have some very strong opinions on the subject. I wonder if you could respond to what you have just heard and really flesh out what your thinking is on where legislation should be heading in this direction.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks to the FEBS for the invitation. It's a great discussion to be having in the middle of this trilogue. I think, you know, the first thing to say is that the debate about the prohibitions is really a debate about what type of society we want to have going forward. When we first floated the idea that remote biometric identification in publicly accessible spaces, the long version, facial recognition in public spaces that can identify people against a database, when we first floated the idea that that needs to be banned fully, that was referred to as an extremist position. We were called European privacy extremists. That position has been backed up by the European Data Protection Supervisor, the European Data Protection Board, numerous UN special rapporteurs, and that is a technology that cannot be allowed in our public spaces without destroying anonymity, without undermining something of the fabric of our democratic societies, and prohibiting the ability of people to exercise freedom of expression, right to freedom of assembly. So this is really key, and we're hoping that the co-rapporteurs will stand strong against the Council here, because what the Council have brought forward, and in true Brussels fashion, I've seen the documents that I shouldn't have seen, it is not a compromise. It's an invitation to surrender. And I think that's really clear. The Council did not get a proper mandate to meet the Parliament even remotely halfway. And this is not, one thing that we underlined in a letter that we sent to the co-rapporteurs in October was that not all positions, there shouldn't be an assumption going into trilogue that Parliament has to give up halfway or more on all of its positions, because some of its positions are things that can't be compromised on. And I think this is one of those. As well, I think we're really at a risk in these negotiations that the list of prohibitions that my fellow panelists mentioned, that we get something that's there on paper that's utterly meaningless. And the compromise position that we saw on predictive policing, and just to clarify, because I think sometimes people aren't fully aware of what we mean when we say predictive policing, this is like pseudo-scientific, ineradicably racist AI systems that infer future criminality based on things like the shape of your face, based on, your family members, based on the absolute most disgustingly racist and vile thing that you can imagine, having this veneer of AI thrown on it, and it's being sold around the world, and it's ruining people's lives. This is, again, not something that we can compromise on, and what's in that compromise position from the Council doesn't actually describe any existing system. It would be a ban that doesn't ban anything. I won't go into the details of the wording, but it's this ridiculous wording of it would ban where someone, is investigated based solely on the operation or the output of an AI system. There's always a police officer involved. Someone is always going to be checking this. But we know about automation bias. We know about how this works. So there just can't be halfway positions on some of these things. And if there is, then we're going to get an AI Act that's meaningless in this sense. And it's going to set a precedent, unfortunately, a ceiling around the world. The Brussels effect can work that way too, that if that's the bar that's set of these are the only things that need to be banned, then that's going to be replicated in other jurisdictions, and we're going to miss a chance to really take a brave stand on what type of digital future we want to see in Europe. Because what we heard in Francesca's fantastic introduction speech is that we need to encourage technologies that are, that embody European values, but there are certain uses of AI that simply are incompatible with European values. And the brave decision that needs to be made is to promote the types of AI that we want, but we don't want to develop our own tech champions in mass surveillance. We just don't want mass surveillance. And that's the decision that needs to be made there. Other things, I think, from the negotiations we can get into in the following questions, but we're really at a critical point here. And I think, there's a lot of regulatory appetite around the world to regulate frontier models, generative AI, everything. But the thing that's really important that's on the table right now are protections related to law enforcement, migration, and things that really are going to impact people and, arguably put a barrier against some of the most dystopian uses of technology that exist. So we need to seize that.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I think you made your position very clear. Does anyone on the panel want to react to any of the points that Daniel made? Otherwise, I'm very keen to bring in the audience because we're running quite tight on time. But
I can say a quick. So just to follow up on what Daniel was saying about the harmful uses of AI that are completely against the values of the EU and completely against human rights, there is one important thing to note about these technologies and these companies in this week, which is COP28, which is also that, and there are a lot of pieces out there on how companies like Microsoft, Amazon, and so on are developing technology for oil companies and contributing not only to continue fossil fuel world, but also contributing this and other companies to surveil their workers. And when it's not directly these big tech companies, it is about other companies that offer their services on their clouds. So this is why we need to always go back to map the whole AI ecosystem or value chain or stack, as Francesca was saying.
Good. Are there questions, comments from you? So let's start over there, and then we'll come to you.
Hello.
So I have a question for Francesca. So you were saying before about the need for building European alternatives and supporting startups and patient capital. The only problem, I think, is that even patient capital eventually still requires exits. I mean, due to fiduciary responsibility to our limited partners. And it's precisely in those moments of exiting that governance issues arise, that our data or intellectual property gets transferred to perhaps non-European parties. And in either case, also the embedding of the particular incentive structures also causes these companies to externalize costs onto society and onto the environment. My question is, why is it that we're not adopting more non-extractive approaches in building our local ecosystems? And why is the European Commission not spending more time and attention on concepts like steward ownership?
I can answer that, although, I mean, yes, I think also the second part of your question is more interesting for me, because I think, again, I think in this kind of conference, but also with these people in the room, I think we're taking much less effort and we are directing much less resources, even in building possible alternatives that are not even only startups. Because I think, when it comes to startups, I think we have an interesting, at the moment, European way. I was trying to reply to John, because a lot of the even risk equity, which is going into startups at the moment in Europe, beyond the big funds, which are actually international and mainly actually US or Saudi Arabia, but the European capital is backed by national governments, which I think is different from the usual VC capital. So this conversation about exit is really present at the moment, for example, in France and in Germany, because of course, if you invest a lot of patient, long-term, public money into your champions, then at the end, if a big fund or a big corporation just buy them and they are just going to be monetized somewhere else, of course, it's like we're losing, and that's also part of what you're saying, the governance model. You retain the IP, what rights you retain, maybe we have to retain equity rights if we are investing. So this is all part of the strategy. I can tell you that this is changing, also the exit model, and even if we have to have a stock exchange here in Europe. But I think for me, more important is like the strategy, because until now, I can tell you, like a lot of Horizon money, I've been working on a variety of really innovative crypto-based projects when crypto was not a thing, because we have a lot of researchers, the best in the world about privacy, cryptography are Europeans. We did a lot of really interesting things funded with Horizon money, so publicly funded. And then, Meta bought the entire team, they took all the researchers, and then they brought them to, Silicon Valley to monetize their products. And I went to the European Commission people and I said, hello, this is all funded in Europe, it's all public money, what are we doing? And the response was, no, nothing. Like we have no tools to retain anything, not even, also because it was built on open source technology and there were digital commons, so it's like, they're gone. For me, this was a fundamental point when I completely realized we're missing the strategy. We are doing a lot of innovative stuff. We have some of the best researchers inventing next generation technology. It's all monetized abroad. So this is obviously not possible. And so for me, this is part of the conversation, not only what are our strategies to retain, for example, ownership over those critical technologies that will help us build next generation, technological ecosystems, but also, yes, let's open up space for experimenting on alternatives because, and I just want to end here, we have this techno-solutionist mindset where we give for granted that the market exists, the big corporations are developing technology, we just have to tweak the use, adjust to it, and clean the mess when we have the dead body. I mean, think about Cambridge Analytica, you know, driverless car killing people. So we wait for the dead body, and then we ask the regulators, clean the mess. Well, no, it's too late to clean the mess. And so maybe we have to rethink, you know, what are our fundamental problems? Climate change, housing, decarbonizing cities, you know, better equality, because we have a lot of these inequalities, better education systems. These are the problems. Technology should be serving us to get better at this, to solve societal large challenges, not the other way around. So now we are fixing technology-created problems by big monopolies. This cannot be the way.
I have a question for Mr. Saliba and Mr. Läufer. Is there any attempt currently to streamline or to synchronize a little bit more the AI Act with the GDPR? I think I explain why I ask this, because I haven't seen this so far in the different proposals, and I think it's very important because the material scope of the AI Act, so the material scope, overlaps to 90% with the GDPR. And to make both laws, to avoid inconsistencies and to make both laws much more effective, I think it's very, very important to tackle this issue.
Yeah, I think there are a few places where there's clear overlap, but I do think that can be harmonious. So one of them is there was an interesting point in the joint opinion from the EDPS and the EDPB in June 2021, where they noted that any, you know, there's confusion about, and there shouldn't be confusion about when DPIAs need to be done, data protection impact assessments. And one thing that was clarified there is any system that's high risk under the AI Act will have to do a DPIA. Now, there's provisions, as was mentioned, about a fundamental rights impact assessment coming in, but I think however that ends up in the final text, it will be done in a way that it's not two separate things that have to be done. But, you know, another risk, I think, with the GDPR, also the Law Enforcement Directive and the AI Act is around the prohibitions. I don't know if that's the one you're particularly interested in, but a very bad ban on remote biometric identification could actually weaken the protection that's given in the Law Enforcement Directive. So a big worry that we have is actually a ban with enough exceptions is actually almost a legal basis. And I think that's the risk that we're running in the negotiations at the moment. But I don't know if there's more specific bits of overlap that you ever worry about.
Yeah, I think in this interplay between the AI Act, and the GDPR, it's very important to clarify who is actually responsible. And in the GDPR, the users of these systems are responsible, but not the technology providers. And in the AI Act, the technology providers are mainly responsible. And so if we are able to harmonize by both laws, we could really make both laws much more effective, for example, by telling that in the moment somebody is certified in the AI Act, there is a big assumption that this also complies with the GDPR. And I think it's really important to reduce a little bit the regulatory burden of the GDPR and to make it more effective.
I'm not sure that I would be exactly on the same page, because I think one thing that we've seen, especially with AI systems, is that entities which are deploying AI systems are often really not following the GDPR the way that they should be. For example, I've seen emotion recognition systems where the entity deploying it claims that they don't process personal data, that they only collect anonymous data. So complete nonsense. And I think having transparency, which the AI Act could bring in about where these high-risk systems are being deployed, would be very important, because what we see from a civil society perspective, especially with these high-risk systems, we're not talking about kind of mundane uses. We're talking about things that are controlling very serious things: access to education, workplace surveillance, biometrics, law enforcement. We really actually need more information than we have at the moment. And we're actually seeing that, as was mentioned, enforcement is a big problem with the GDPR. It's not like the GDPR is out there being over-enforced. That's definitely not the position that we're seeing. So I think strengthening enforcement, strengthening people's ability to exercise their rights as data subjects is something that the AI Act could do there.
Okay, thanks, Daniel. Maria, you had a question.
Thank you very much to the panel, very interesting. And I'd like to come with a question for Francesca also. Francesca, I completely agree with your approach. I will then elaborate on this in my conclusion. But I'd like to come with a precise question, which is the following. Yes, we need to build up European digital stack. And stack is a good word for us to understand that we need to build something we don't have. Nevertheless, for the sake of the question I want to ask, I will rather speak about the digital chain, production chain. And it seems to me that if we see the different segments, the crucial one, from my viewpoint, is what we call platforms. Because coming back to my comment yesterday, platforms are not only a technological thing. They are a particular kind of organization, sometimes an institution. And they are central in reorganizing markets in all sectors. They are central in organizing the interplay between supply and demand. And so it seems to me that we should go further in elaborating an assessment of platforms. And so my question for you is, can you briefly elaborate on this? Because we have different types of platforms. And if we look for alternative models, we need to have this approach. So whatever you can say now can be useful. This is my question.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yes, definitely. But exactly the platform, I mean, if you look at the, let's say, the most powerful platforms today, they are integrated vertically. I mean, this is the big thing of platforms. Not only, first of all, that it's very hard to keep them sectorially. I mean, that's why when we talk about, for example, competition law, or when you talk to the labor people, they tell you, well, we have to regulate them by sector. But actually, one big thing about platform, because they concentrate power with data and intellectual property, so it's a new business model, the extractive business model of multi-sided marketplaces, that's how we call them in economic terms, they move from sector to sector. So if you analyze them, yes, you can divide them and you can say there are infrastructural platforms, that are delivery platforms. I mean, different scholars have tried to categorize them, but the main thing really, first of all, is that they're vertically integrated across stacks. So that's why we talk about stacks, because obviously their power, if you only attack it at the data and AI layer, why they're so strong? Because they control the computational power. Because now the big war is chips war. Who is producing the chips on top of which AI can run? This is where money is going now. This is where Europe is out the game. So we know that. And then, of course, extracting the raw materials behind. But, so they are vertically integrated, and it's very hard to attack them. So if you say we put all the European citizen data in a data space, that's what I'm advocating as a public good. But still, in order to really profit from the data, you need to control also the infrastructural power, computation capacity, and the chips. And that's the problem we have. And the second thing is they move from sector to sector. So look at Google. I mean, we think it's not only a search engine and an email system. They are in electric vehicle. I mean, they are in mobility. They are in operating system. They are in healthcare. They are now in education. They are in all sectors simultaneously. So this is the big challenge. And that's why, you know, I think if you want to carve out a space for autonomy, which in our case is also, of course, political autonomy, industrial competitiveness, and, you know, economic autonomy for Europe, you really need to be very strategic, map the value chain, see where you have a competitive advantage in line with your values and where you are, and then try to carve out a space for your digital autonomy, because otherwise they will take the market quickly. I mean, we have seen it with housing, with Uber, you know, with, and we are completely dependent. If you look at the data, Maria, I mean, Europe is on software, hardware, and data, 90% dependent on US companies. So the data is there. So we have to start from somewhere, and basically we have to, now, having said that, I think the platform need to understand the platform in terms of stack and the complexity of the stack, but I think we do have some competitiveness and capacity here, and we have to do it not only with the startups, but, you know, research centers, startups, industries, and then carve out a big space for the public interest, which I think is also where your interest is going, digital public services that can be interoperable across Europe.
All right, thank you very much, Francesca. I'm afraid that we have run out of time, but I think that was an incredibly rich and interesting discussion, which showed that although regulation is very important, if we get the AI Act passed, it is not enough in itself, and that we absolutely have to move towards more creative ways of using technology for the benefit of humanity, rather than the other way around. So thank you very much to all of our panelists, and now we'll have the closing remarks.
Panel to conclude, which is going to be a hard task. I know also that on my left-hand side, Maria Joao, the president of FEPS, you've been taking a lot of notes, and I know that it's also for us to take stock of all the ideas and to use this for our work as FEPS. So I think it's very important. I would like to start with you. Then we have also Isabel Schönmann from the ETUC, so our trade union partners. Very important to also include you in this important debate. In the meantime, I know that also somebody is looking for Brando. He should be on the way. It starts to become a bit of a joke, but we know as well, like, if we would be able to get him here, it's very, of course, very timely and very interesting to hear really the latest on this topic. But to keep the flow also of the day, and because we've been sitting here all day listening and taking a lot of information to us, I would like to give the floor first to Maria Joao to maybe give your ideas on what do you take from this today's discussion.
Yeah. We are saying, by the way, that waiting for Brando is like waiting for Godot. But this is normal. It's really in a very important negotiating process, so let's see what comes from this. Look, I want to express our gratitude for your very lively participation since yesterday, many of you, and also underline the importance of the conference today, because we could go through a good set of sessions with really meaningful discussions, and we are exploring uncharted waters. Sometimes we feel like that. And what we'll try to do now is a first summary, but of course I count on the FEPS team then to come up with a proper synthesis about the level of discussion we could get throughout the conference. Well, the purpose of this operation since yesterday was, together with the S&D group, to start preparing, as you know, the ground for the next term of European institutions' work. And I will tell you a few things about this. Because basically, what the situation we have is that this term, which is now concluding, was quite intensive for Europe to catch up in an area where Europe is really late, is lagging behind, and most of the work has been focusing on preventing risks and building up the necessary protections. Most of the legislative instruments we have passed in this European Parliament and European institutions were about this, and they are needed. And therefore, I agree with those who say we know that for the next term, we have a lot of work to do when it comes enforcing these instruments, because this is not an easy task, enforcing these instruments. Nevertheless, we think that this is not enough. And we need to move to a second approach, which is not just about protecting citizens or protecting European companies from these risks or protecting European democracy. We need to go to an approach where we need to use the digital transformation to empower people and to enable a better way of living together. This is the creative approach we'd like to foster, and working with you, because our intention is to build up policy community involving experts, policymakers, to invent this way of making the best of the digital transformation. We are progressive people. We are not afraid of technological change. We just want to shape it in the right direction. So I would say that in order to prepare this second approach, from my viewpoint, the first thing we need to ask is for what? What do you want with this? What is the general purpose? And you gave many examples across this conference. Yes, we want to improve quality of life when it comes to health, education, working conditions, environmental quality, the way democracy operates, the access to culture, to information. This is the things we want. If we have this in mind, we need to make a strategic assessment where we are. And that's why I raised the last question to Francesca, is that, yes, if we recognize that we are really in a weak position when it comes to the digital stack, we need to identify precisely where strategically we should put the priorities. And I think that if we see the entire value chain, I'm coming to my basic idea, is that platforms are crucial because they organize the supply and demand, and they can shape the supply and demand. They can shape the demand when it comes to the kind of interfaces, applications. They can shape the kind of supply, shaping the algorithms, shaping the cloud services. And we need really to have an in-depth discussion about what kind of platforms we Europeans, we can invent to shape the digital transformation in the way we want to shape. So this means that when it comes, what we got with this term and what we should get for the next term, I would say that this term, we took some steps when it comes regulating the big platforms, creating another balance of power. Let's see if this works. It's too early to know. Next term, we should also create the conditions to come up with other possible choices, other alternative ways to organize platforms and to provide useful services and goods, including another way also for democracy to work. Second point, right now we are negotiating this AI Act with implications for the kind of algorithms which will be used. But again, what we really like to have is a European approach on developing our own algorithms. And algorithms are not neutral, as you know. They reflect our choices. They reflect our values, our preferences. Third, so far, we could regulate the kind of apps, interfaces which can be used in Europe. But again, what we'd like to have is a lot of innovation about new kind of apps and interfaces, reflecting the way of life we want to conduct. And finally, when it comes data, we are shaping the way our data Brando, I was at the beginning saying, waiting for Brando is the same, waiting for Godot. But now you tell us the news. Okay, I will conclude and then. And when it comes data, so far we are in this battle of controlling the access to our data. But in fact, the big battle will come for the next period, which is really to take ownership of the European data as the basis for a proper AI developed with the European approach. I really believe, and Francesco referred to this, we do need an industrial policy to push for this. Industrial policy is not only for the green transition, it's for the digital transition. But what I mean for this is not, let's say, old concept of industrial policy of picking the winners. It's more about building up new capacities, involving startups, SMEs, or all kinds of companies. This is not only about state aids, it's about shaping public procurement in the right direction, setting the right standards, and opening new kind of markets. This is a new concept of industrial policy, but this will be crucial for us to develop our European digital value chain. Finally, I have 2 points regarding issues regarding over the conference when it comes the capacity of the European Union to decide and to act. There is a very interesting detail I'd like to underline, is that the current EU treaties don't have the word digital. They reflect another era. So if this work is open, if somehow in a certain moment we decide to update the treaties, from my viewpoint, we should introduce a new chapter on digital policies. And we should upgrade the competences of the European Union in the industrial policy exactly for the reason I refer. And then we should also introduce the concept of digital rights, which are not there. So there is a certain update also to be done. Final point, because this issue was also raised, is yes, we are lagging behind the United States and China. We can come with another approach, but I think we should not aim of having Europe against the others. On the contrary, we should work actively with all other partners to build up updated global standards. And there is now an attempt in the framework of the United Nations, so an advisory board was created about AI. Let's see what comes. First summit took place, as you know, in UK recently, involving many relevant partners. So we really need to have a serious discussion and prevent this area to be completely controlled by a logic of geostrategic rivalry. Because in the end, everybody will lose. I must say that I just arrived from China in the conference where I saw that, particularly in this area, decoupling is already happening. This is already happening. And I told to the Chinese and the Americans who were there, we have a choice. Either we go on with decoupling on the digital transformation and everybody will lose in the end, or we still have time, but very short time, to work for global standards and to identify a way to work together. The choice is there. I believe that we need a strong Europe to be part of this negotiation. And look, many thanks for all your work. And I'm so pleased to have again with us Godot.
So maybe with these words, Isabel, if you don't mind, we go to Brando and then you can close. You have the final word. That's also an advantage because we know that you didn't sleep, I think. You just worked. So I hope you are still, still sharp in a way. But I think also, Maria Joao, you ended also with global standards, but we are talking also about the European standards on AI. Brando, the conference was, of course, covering all digital topics. Not only that, but the last panel was also about AI. But I can imagine that your head is really focused now on what's happening. So please, the floor is yours to give us an update and also your thoughts.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for this opportunity. I'm sorry I couldn't be before here as I wished, also due to the very interesting program for all the day. Yes, I didn't sleep, and in fact, I don't know if I have ever been awake for such a continuous time for such a long time. And to be honest, I don't want to make names. Take names and mention, but there were some of the actors of this story that wanted, us to continue and stay until we finished, and I think it was good that also with a bit of harshness from my side, we put a stop to this. And we reconvene not like someone wanted now. We should have convened now for someone with like a few hours stop, but tomorrow, because we need to look precisely at where we are. I need to be honest with you now. We made a very clear deal not to disclose any elements of content directly. Anyway, leaks are everywhere, as you know, on this topic. It's incredible how much the AI work has leaked instantly. So some of the leaks are correct, some are not, I tell you, the ones you see in these hours, but I cannot say more. We made a commitment to just consider this as a small pause to the trilogue. We didn't stop it. It's in fact like we are in a pause, and tomorrow we will continue, so we cannot disclose much. But as you have understood, and it emerged in these hours, there has been significant progress in finding solutions on the main topics that were on the table, that all of you know, because also many of you heard me speak about this many times, and you know I always repeat that these two big things, on one end the frontier of AI, so the models, the generative AI on one end, the GPAI and the most powerful models, and on the other hand the issue of surveillance and prohibitions and the role of the state towards the use of AI and the controls over that are the other big thing on the table, because it's already some time that we agreed the main architecture of this act. I want to clarify this very straightforwardly. The main part of this regulation has been already agreed some trilogues ago, which is the structure of the high-risk impact assessment, the idea of the annex that lists some sensitive areas where we think that there is a presumption of being high risk for AI use cases in those areas, from healthcare to workplace to the schools and the administration of justice and other areas. We have seen the original, we can say, story around this AI Act, that was the risk mitigation, especially towards the high-risk AI, to be already there. It's already done. While the prohibitions that are the extension of that and the link with surveillance, with the control of the state, and on the other hand, the innovations, so the most powerful models and the parts that were not in the original AI Act were the most complicated to negotiate, to find the balance. We are moving, we are getting there. I have to say, I'm not sure what will happen tomorrow, if we will be able to conclude. We will see. We will see. What I can say is that, as you can imagine, it has been a difficult negotiation because, first of all, I say that in a context of FEPS and S&D, our priorities are not the same of all the political groups that sit at the table. So we have been working step by step, and to be honest, on some issues that are very dear to us, there was not so much support from other political groups. And it was not easy for this reason also to negotiate. In some cases, we found, luckily, some space with the council. Sometimes we were like weak in the parliament and weak outside, unfortunately, on some topics. And I think that not everything will look shiny and beautiful, to be honest. If we will see an AI Act tomorrow or another day, this doesn't change very much, to be frank, because the balance in the council is that, and the internal balance in the parliament is that. I have to tell you that as we got, I want to, I know also Alex talked a bit about this. I want to underline that with pride also, that the Parliament approved a more progressive text of the AI Act. Maybe just on a few topics we had to do compromises that were not very great, but we made them much, much better. We took care of that with the later negotiations, but on most points, the text of the Parliament was much more progressive than the Commission original text. And this was due to a good work that we have done by dividing and isolating the right wing in the Parliament on the main topics. We tried to build on their divisions and build majorities so that we could have a more progressive text on many topics, from the Labour part, on the environment, on the data protection, on privacy, on fighting against surveillance, on the prohibitions, on also the interest for the generative AI and the models. Negotiating with the Council is more difficult because we have seen also governments coming from our, we can say, world that are prudent on stronger rules on the new models, or are more wary of wanting to have more power in the end of the state in terms of security kind of measures. And it was not easy to negotiate on these topics. But as I told you, things are moving, and I think that it will be important to get it done. Maybe it will not be tomorrow. We will see. We are optimistic, but we cannot say. It's really to be seen. But we want an AI Act that is future-proof, that is defending fundamental rights, that is able to deliver a sufficient degree of protection for all the vulnerable groups, and that is also able to boost creativity and support for innovation, for new ideas, for an AI ecosystem in Europe that is centered around our set of values, our ideas of freedoms, of equality, etc. This is our effort also in this last mile. I hope we will be able to get the best out of it. And also, and I conclude on this, then the story will continue, because not only we are talking about other legislation, the AI committee in the digital age, the study committee, of which I was one of the shadow rapporteurs, before the AI Act, has enacted a political document. It was a few years ago in this parliament that has foreseen an AI directive on the AI in the workforce, in the workplaces. So this is something we want to get, because not everything on this field could have been done with the AI Act, although we try to stretch it as much as possible. But also the AI liability directive will need to advance, but also the implementation. I mean, we will not see the reality of all these if we do not take a strong attention to the implementation. So national supervisory authorities, the AI office role, how we make this law into a real framework for changing the way we do AI, we consider technology in our continent. This is something also that needs all this group of stakeholders and of forces to work together so that it can be a real effect for a positive change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brando. Thank you for being here, even though you didn't sleep. And I can understand that you cannot share with the ongoing negotiation, but still, I think you gave us some feedback on what's been happening. It's also good that you make the link to AI in the workplace. Actually, FEPS, we started today as well with the labor dimension of this discussion, where it was also mentioned that we have a digital program in the Nordics on AI in the workplace. We know we play also into an investigation that's going on by the European Commission. Commissioner Schmidt has also launched this research into it. It's good, I guess, that we also end. So we started with the labor dimension. We end with the labor dimension with Isabel Schönmann you're the Deputy General Secretary of the ETUC, the European Trade Union Confederation, a main partner for us when it comes to labor rights. And I tell you, you weren't there at the moment that we had this first panel, but the situation was quite dire when we talk about the Platform Work Directive as well and the platform workers, but then also the worry that these practices can spread to the rest of the workforce or are already spreading. So I'll give you the floor to conclude, because I think this is, in the end, for us as socialists and social democrats, one of the main topics.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your invitations. And of course, my first words is a big thank you and much appreciations to Brando for the difficult work we know, and not only with the other sides for negotiations, but somehow also with us. Indeed, because we have, as you know, and as Brando has mentioned, we have a lot of expectations on the AI Act. And of course, we were in a very difficult situations back in time. I will just come back very quickly on that point, because it explained the way forward. But nevertheless, I think where we are now, thanks to you, thanks to your work, thanks to the mobilization around the AI Act is important. It's a big step forward. And for that, first of all, I would like to thank you very much for this commitment and dedications to this dossier. The short, yeah, I think it deserves an applause. The short flashback I would like to make is 2019, the decisions by the new Commission to go for AI. And of course, all of us in the room, for different reasons, very much, wow, expecting a lot. But then clearly saying that this initiative was not in the right hands when it comes to AI at the workplace, amongst other things. And of course, discussions back in time with Commissioner Vestager. What do we do? Is platform work, algorithm management of the workplace with you or with Commissioner Schmidt? So here a divide was made. Okay, Commissioner Schmidt gets platform work, and competition policies or competition authorities get AI in general. Say, oh my God, how does that work? Because platform is not AI. You can't just make these equations like that. Platform is part of AI, but not only part of AI. So here, a bit of situations in between, where we had to go on to paths, difficult things, in particular, because from the very outset, and it was something that I still do not understand why we are kind of stamped with, oh, workers do not like changes, workers do not like innovation, so they will be against. Not at all. Not at all. Far from that. The ones who are driving innovations in businesses, who are there? They are workers. So don't tell me that we do not welcome innovations. But what we welcome is innovations that deliver for all. And in particular, in the full respect of existing legislations, there is no business out there that should be above the legislations. And that is currently what is happening. And this is the reasons why it is so important that the EU is strong enough and courageous enough to take regulations to protect these people, to protect these citizens, and, by the way, also to protect the workers. And here, of course, the very difficult discussions when it comes to fundamental rights. How come that the discussions on fundamental rights, and here I would like to say that trade union rights and workers' rights are fundamental rights on the basis of the EU treaties. So this is the basis we are working on. Why is that not taken on board properly and is somewhere in guidelines, under ethical guidelines? somehow in the end of standardization via delegated and implementing act. That's not okay. Standardization is not democratic procedures to take norms. Standardization is private node by private actors for business by businesses. And here again, we go back to how AI is developed outside by big businesses that are above the legislations and that are not taking any account of the European legislations, in particular when it comes to the workplace. And of course, all the more important for us that democracy matters, because innovation has to deliver for all in a process whereby, of course, we need to have this human-centered dimension. And this is where, indeed, at the workplace, and it has been mentioned many times, when we have artificial intelligence in place, and it is already happening a lot, and all the more since COVID-19, what happens is discriminations, gender discriminations, discrimination on the basis of racism. It is also a very high danger when it comes to the respect of health and safety at the workplace, because the machine takes the decisions instead of a person. You say, oh, the machine says, I can proceed with this machine. This machine is getting good. But when the security is not in place and the machine cannot always have that in his program, then it's not wood that might be cut, but your hand. And at the end of the day, this damage is not the damage that it causes to a person is not like a product. And this is where I would like to come to. We are dealing here with a product on the market in the legal base we have. And this product on the market has high risk when it comes to people. And the principle on the European Union, when there is a risk, there is a principle that should be applied, which is the precautionary principle. And this is what we are asking. We are asking that when AI at the workplace is implemented as a high risk, and thank you for having kept and maintained that is the workplace is a high risk situations by which there is a need for control, but please not a self-control by businesses, because here it does not lead to anywhere. Control should be done by the third party, and in particular at the workplace, who are in place here, the workers' representative and the trade unions. That's the basic of democracy at the workplace. And here again, if you want to have innovations that delivers for people, you have to respect those roles, and you have to make clear that those principles are respected by businesses, and this is what we need to have, that we difficultly had inside the AI Act, and this is the reasons why, recognized by the President of the Commission, that we need to have an AI Act at the workplace, which should be a directive on the basis of 153 article of the treaty, which is a social policy chapter that should deliver for people. And this is the next steps. Of course, we are working on the basis that Brando, the team, and all of you have worked on. And again, thank you for that. But clearly, that will be the next step for us to make sure that we are not, we are recognizing the specificity of the workplace. We have recognizing the democratic dimension of the workplace when it comes to the integrations, the anticipation of change, which is part of the EU legislations when it comes to information, consultation, participation of worker, and clearly here to have us on board if we want that innovations delivers for the people, for the workers, and that is how just transitions has to be developed and shaped. And there is no just transitions without a social deal, and clearly here this social deal, it has to be taken with us on a sound and good legal base.
Thank you, Isabel, for the very, very, very good final remarks. I would like to thank you, the panel here, for the closing remarks, but also all the other speakers, all the participants for being here for a full day of interesting debate. Let me also thank the S&D group for hosting us and co-organizing this. Also the Vice President Alex Salibau and his team that worked on this. The FEPS team, because there's been a lot of work also with all the logistics to get 30 speakers to Brussels. It has been a lot of work. And also yesterday we had a great event already together with the FES Competence Center for the Future of Work. So thank you all. I would like to say as well that FEPS, we will continue to work. So all of this input that was shared today, we will also write down, and there were already some clear ideas of research that could come out of this, and that's also for the next year. We are planning now activities for 2024. I think the next European Commission mandate is, for example, one target, the work plan, one target that we work towards, but also afterwards there's going to be a lot of output, I think, from this thought process. So thank you all. I want to also thank Francesca Bria also for co-organizing on the back. You were also a very, very big help with co-organizing this. So I want to special mention you. Thank you all, and we hope to see you in a future instance. So
and thank you also. You.
I'm part of the FEPS team.